Hi, good morning to all our viewers, Facebook, YouTube, Bevy, uh, Google Events platform, those persons getting the notifications from there. This is day three, and the day three agenda is really a very dynamic one. Just a recap of the first day, we had um, talks about teams, talk about COVID, apps, data. Second day, we delved into a lot of development and went on to conversation AI. We had speakers from in and out of the Caribbean who all were excellent in their own right. So today we have a good agenda for you. So the first up this morning would be LaShawn Ramdeen, CEO of Ramdeen Consultancy, speaking about digital marketing. So get ready for that. Following her would be Kadeen Singh, Googler, and you'll see more about her talk about design thinking and measuring success. Then we move on to um, Michael, and you'll see him talk about research and product intelligence as his topic. Then we'll go into Akeem Filbert, founder of Wipala Trinidadian company. But we will pause on the agenda for now. And as we go through the day for the afternoon session, we will get a colleague from Jamaica joining us, Joel Dean. So I'll just be a chair and introduce a person for this morning's session. And then I'll pass it over to Joel, who will take you into the afternoon session. And then please don't forget, we have the panel after the last speaker. And for those persons who would have submitted the talks and it's pre-recorded, we would have a bonus track at the end. And those videos will be on all our platforms. So in addition to all the content you've gotten from Friday, yesterday, Saturday, and what you'll get today, there's still more that we're providing for you as part of the Caribbean DevFest 2020. So there's always more in the Caribbean. So with all of that, I now prepare to introduce you to our first speaker. And I ask that you write down your questions and prepare to submit them via Slido. Prepare to send them in via the comments, so that it'll be very interactive. So as we prepare for our first speaker, let me get her on screen. Hi.
Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, thanks.
Great. Just give me a background on you, how you got started in your current field.
I actually started quite a number of years ago while with the implementation of Loop News.
Okay.
I was part of the integral team that developed that brand.
Okay.
And we had quite a job of growing it across the Caribbean.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember when they started. Excellent. So what is your current job today in the life of Ms. Ramdeen? What does Ms. Ramdeen do on a regular day during COVID?
I am. Well, actually, COVID hasn't affected me that much because I'm basically working online. I've been working online strictly for the past 4 years. Right. I have my own digital marketing consultancy where I assist a number of clients in terms of how it is they engage digital marketing and different aspects of it, not just, I guess the most popular one would be social media, but also looking at analytics in terms of making informed decisions on how it is you should, navigate the field.
Right. Okay. Excellent. So we are ready to start. So let's get your video ready and you will come back afterwards for questions.
Okay, great.
It is vital that ongoing digital marketing forms part of any company's web development strategy. It is no longer enough to develop a website and just leave it. Digital marketing tactics should be developed so that the website remains current and can be found. We will discuss these tactics in my presentation. My name is LaShawn Ramden, and I have been operating in the digital marketing field for about 8 years. Some of my more memorable projects have been with Trend Media, the owner of Loop News, where for a 4 year period I was the regional manager with responsibility for 5 Caribbean territories. I'm currently the lead digital consultant with Aegis Business Solutions and lead digital consultant working with clients in the tourism and optical industries. I am a certified digital marketer with Digital Marketing Institute, and I have a distinction in digital marketing with Squared Online. By its definition, digital marketing encompasses all marketing efforts that use an electronic device or the internet. Therefore, we are referring to the use of the internet, mobile devices, social media, search engines, websites, and other channels to reach consumers. In our current global situation, the digital age is growing rapidly, especially in the area of mobile technology. Therefore, digital marketing is hugely important. Put this way, Google and Facebook generate more revenue than any traditional media company because they control more eyeballs. That's why digital marketing matters. It is where the attention is. The big categories of digital marketing, in my opinion, are search engine optimization, search engine marketing, content marketing, social media marketing, pay-per-click advertising, email marketing, conversion rate optimization, and analytics. We will just go into brief detail on each of my top categories. So first up is SEO. SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. In simple terms, it means the process of improving your website to increase its visibility for relevant searches. The better visibility your pages have in search results, the more likely you are to garner attention and attract prospective and existing customers to your business. SEM, or search engine marketing, is the process of gaining website traffic to increase your visibility in search engines, result pages, by purchasing ads on the result pages. So you want when people search for you that you get to the top of the list in terms of the category or industry that you're in. You're gonna pay for it when you use search engine marketing. Content marketing is a marketing technique of creating and distributing valuable, relevant, and consistent content to attract and acquire a clearly defined audience. with the objective of driving profitable customer action. The keyword here is valuable. Does the audience want to consume the content you're putting out, or are they trying to avoid it? This is where you have to think about what is it that you are putting out on your pages, on your landing page, on the different pages that um, make up your website. So this is where your content marketing comes in. Social media marketing. We all know what it is, essentially the use of social media platforms to connect with your audience, to build your brand, increase sales, and drive website traffic. We love to hate it, but it does play a very relevant part in getting that traffic to your website. Pay-per-click is a model of internet marketing in which advertisers pay a fee each time one of their ads is clicked. A popular medium for this form of marketing is Google AdWords platform. Email marketing is a digital marketing strategy based on sending emails in the hope of developing relationships with prospects and potential customers without alienating them or spamming the email is such a delicate balance with this form of marketing strategy. With conversion rate optimization, you evaluate your website's sales funnel to identify ways you can improve your site in order to get a higher percentage of people to sign up for your product or service. When next you come up with a hypothesis to test, and then you create a new version of a web page or landing page to test against your current version to see which one is more effective at getting visitors to sign up or buy. In the end, you essentially implement the variation that convinces the highest percentage of people to buy what you're selling. Analytics is the systematic computational analysis of data or statistics. It is used for the discovery, interpretation, and communication of meaningful patterns in data. It also entails applying data patterns towards effective decision making. Analytics makes it easy to understand how your website or your app users are engaging with your content. So, with that information, you now know what's working and what's not. Digital marketing's role is to help you garner new traffic, leads, and sales for your business by reaching people looking for your company's or a company's products and services. Web development is the work involved in developing a website for the internet or an intranet, but you guys all know that. With that said, it is a fair statement that a company's website is its window to the world, and therefore its role and importance is very significant. It's best practice to develop a site that is easy to navigate and has good functionality. This is to ensure that potential customers stay on a website longer, therefore increasing dwell time. It is recommended that you map out what you want your website to achieve. By understanding what role it plays in the sales cycle, this will determine the functionality needed. It also needs to be integrated with social media and the latest technological advances. By doing this, your website will remain current, and equally effective SEO will drive traffic to your site. Digital marketing and web development underpins all successful marketing campaigns as the digital age is becoming ever more important. Your website is the place where most people will interact with your business, and your marketing activities will most likely send users to your website, whether it's to get information about your services and products, to make bookings or purchases, or to simply get contact details. We shouldn't underestimate the importance of these two functions. A quality website is important to the success of your digital marketing strategy, and your strategy is how people will find your website. A synchronous relationship. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Miss Ramden. I will.
Okay.
Yes, I will. I'll wait to see if we get some questions from online. If not, I have
Okay.
uh, about two of my own.
Okay.
Uh, all right, so I'll go ahead with my two until I'm i- interrupted by other comments. Um, so if someone would like to do, so for example this event, do you see
Mhm.
us, given that we are on multiple platforms across the regions, sharing information on decentralized, or you prefer a centralized model? Because I know different marketing persons will take things differently. So I'm asking the digital marketing person here today, what is best? Because I realize Luke did it in a very decentralized way when you all started.
Mhm.
I'm
Well, what you have to take into consideration, because it is, as you said, different markets, is different across different countries. You have
mm-hmm.
to consider how the people in those markets, how they prefer to consume the information, instead of
Mm,
saying, well, we will manage it all in one central place and then shoot them all the same message.
right,
I
right.
actually do prefer decentralized because how Trinidadians might consume information would be certainly different to how Jamaicans would. And you
Mm,
don't want to offend. You want to have a blended approach. We want to be
excellent.
part of. So, yes, decentralized marketing is, I think, well, as far as I'm concerned, is the best option. So you don't
Excellent.
have people feel like you're feeding them just from one place. You're trying
Right.
to learn about them and their cultures and
Mm-hmm,
take your
mm-hmm.
messaging to incorporate. Yeah.
Right. So and I assume, being a non-marketing person here,
Hmm.
I assume this would mean that there are nuances
Yes.
um, in the different territories. Okay, excellent. Let me see if there's any questions. Slido. Okay, none yet. So I have one more question for you,
Okay.
and and that would be, um, where, given that now we are all online, so
Hmm.
basically, um, Sean, you're like the go-to person. All right, if I need anything done, I really would not be going to a newspaper here in Guyana. In Georgetown, or I sure in Jamaica, Joel would not be going to the Jamaican Gleaner, probably on the web page, not buying any paper because you're at home. And I really don't want anybody touching any paper and bringing it to my house generally. That's my a personal view. The views expressed by Agri.
I get you.
So how has business been for you, let's say, over the last 5 months? What are some of your clients saying? Have some of them who would have done it because they see other the competitors doing it? Have you seen
Exactly.
clients' attitude change, and how fast has that attitude changed during COVID?
I would say COVID was definitely the switch in terms of
Mm,
clients just jumping full
hmm.
online. I had
Yes.
clients that a major financial company, and they
Mm,
did some online and a
hmm.
lot of offline marketing.
Right.
And my piece of their cake was pretty small. I was
Right.
just like, just to try and implement certain things and help out.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
As from March, the entire
Yes.
company went fully online, and I
Oh
became
yeah.
their lead. Full
Wow.
thing, not a problem. They were like, okay, that's all right. You just tell us what to do.
Right.
And I was like, wow, okay, well, look at that. COVID is the catalyst.
COVID is the catalyst.
Yeah. Other companies, they still do, or at least I think it is a mind switch for some
Mm-hmm.
people. They so accustomed to our older customers or other
Mm-hmm.
customers, they will only look at a newspaper. And when I'm showing them, look at the data, because I love to show people data.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is the age groups that are on these various platforms.
Right.
And when you're thinking, no, it's only young people on social media, it's only young people, it's only millennials. And I'm showing you
Wow.
these
Mm-mm.
people within 35 to 55 who are disposable income is right there. That
Mm-hmm.
this is where they at.
And
They are on
my
IG.
mother and her friends is be on Facebook Messenger. So
Exactly.
and she
So why
like
you're
in
advertising on it?
but fun fact in Trinidad, I think we ran out of gas during COVID, and my mom was able to inform me that we could offer, we could contact the
Right.
gas company, now have a way for you to contact them via Facebook. I say a lie. She said yes, and she made the
Yes,
initial
yes,
connection.
yes,
Because so
yes,
yeah, but
exactly.
before we go on, I have a question here. What advice would you give technical teams, so the
Okay.
developers, coders, programmers, um, on communicating with marketing?
I think that no, I I would say
Mm-hmm.
when it is you are halfway through and building a site, you
Mm-hmm.
should actually have some sort of marketer come in and take a look at how the end user is going to consume the content and the use of the site, because you
Right.
are thinking one way in your technical IT way, and that
Mm-hmm.
may
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily be how your end user is going to consume and navigate. So maybe you could have a marketer just come in and take a look and give you just some guidelines in terms of, maybe you should place this here. This might be how it is we better navigate for our end user, and
Mm-hmm.
the terminology and stuff, because people like things instantaneously. They want to
Mm-hmm.
come
Mm-hmm.
on and see things right in front of their face.
Right.
So you need to, consider having relationships with marketers and help them kind of guide that process in terms of how 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 people are going to navigate and make use of whatever it is you're building, apps, whatever.
So in your experience, have you worked with technical teams before, and what are some of the common mistakes you see technical people making, myself included?
I don't know what mistakes you make. You make mistakes.
Yes, yes, yes. Because
So
I'm the the question is premise on. Oh, I think we lost her.
Yeah, I think she got bumped off a bit.
All right,
Uh,
great. So we prepare for Kadeen at in
we
a
still,
few minutes.
we still have a little bit more time till Kadeen comes on.
All right. Well, let's get her back on if we can. Hey, she
Okay,
is back
yep,
on.
she's
All right.
back.
Yeah.
oh, sorry, I don't know what happened there.
Right. Great.
So
So
yes, your question.
let me repeat the question so you get it clearly this time.
Okay, good.
Um, good.
All
So
right.
based on your last answer, what common mistakes
Mhm.
do technical people make, myself included?
Okay. So yes, I have worked with developers in terms of layout of websites and such. I would say the most common mistake that happens is that you'll think a different way in terms of how your ideal user is going to consume content on a website. You is in terms of the layout of, let's say, find a common one is find contact information, a contact us page where that link would be. I find a lot of people like to put it in the footer. Might be best to have a tab actually in the menu. I get that it may be a waste of space, but most people visit a website to find a way to contact that company. So that is a big thing.
Oh, that's a valuable
Colors on a website.
piece of gold right there. Just before you go on, that's very very informative. Thank you very much for that. I promise you, any website I'm involved in, there'll always be a contact us page in top. And when they ask me why, I'm going to tell them on the 18th of October, marketing professional told me that persons predominantly use a website to contact them. I'm putting contact in the footer as my teacher taught me in school doesn't make much sense. So continue.
I'm sorry, but it is true because if I'm going on the equity, I search for a company, abc.com, and I find it and I go there. And I say, so what's their phone number? What's the name of these people? Get in touch with them and scroll all the way to the bottom. And then I losing my way around the site. It's a little bit of a difficult experience. But if I go there and I see contact, it's like, oh, look at right there. Right. Another thing you don't necessarily need to put your whole life story in about us, but that might not be your thing. It might be a client thing. And that is the message that you need to consider when me, the end user, what are you bringing to the table for me? Or how are you helping me? The
Right.
whole little bit about us and your whole life story. And
Mm-hmm.
but
Okay.
again, be a client
Mhm.
thing instead
Mhm.
of a you thing, a developer thing.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that makes that makes sense. And I I I have a follow-up question, but I'll keep it very very short. Um, Given that you just
Okay.
help all of my websites going forward to have contact information at the top, um, give me another common like basically nugget before you send me an invoice um, that that developers make in building websites.
You may get a little bit personal. I guess when you build a website, I understand is your baby, basically. This is all your all,
I,
all your
I see you're speaking
experience and
from
knowledge and stuff
experience.
inside
Yes,
it, and
right.
and
Yes, yes.
it's my
I
site.
understand.
I put all this energy into this, and you
Mhm.
come in to tell me about don't put it
Move the
this way
contact
and
box
why
to
this
the
color
top.
looking. No,
Yes.
it's not a puss. It's we not trying to attack you. I am not trying to attack you. I am trying to make sure and ensure that this
Hmm.
baby you built, when
Hmm.
people come visit it, they want to spend more time there. They
Right.
get the information that they're looking for seamlessly,
Hmm.
and to just not take it so personal. I'm definitely not trying to step on any toes. I am
Hmm.
trying to make your website be found and be so useful to the audience.
Right. Good. Good. Right. Thank you very much, LaShawn. Feel free. We will be here again next year. Um, and we look forward for you to come back to DevFest 2021. And I really want to personally say thank you very much for the information shared in your presentation and the very precise and relevant guidance and correction you've given to all developers looking at this live stream. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I had a great time.
Yes,
I hope to be here next year.
right. Thank you very much. All right. So we have Kadeem coming up next. Good morning. How are you? Well, is it morning where you are?
Good question. Hi, good morning, everybody on live stream. Good morning, Agri. It is morning. I'm 3 hours behind, so it is
Okay.
8:30. Yeah.
Okay, right. Very early. Um, right, it's 11:34 here in Guyana.
Yes. Nice.
So great. So Kadeen, tell me, I know, and other people online may not know, how did you get started in technology?
Great question. Okay, so let me just introduce myself really quickly to everybody who's watching online. Hi, everybody. I'm Kadeen. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I am a technology professional. I work as a quantitative UX researcher at Google, and I work on Google Maps. And I've been at Google for about 7 years. So it's been a long time, definitely been in tech, been in UX for quite a while. How did I get into tech? That's a really interesting question. So when I went to school, when I went to university, what I studied was mechanical engineering and statistics.
Mhm.
So I'm not a software engineer like most of you guys, like maybe on this call. But I am here to tell you that anybody can kind of get into tech. There are a lot of we want people with really diverse backgrounds. So when I went to school and I did Mechie and Stats, they were both really interesting. I thought I would be a mechanical engineer, but I actually really liked the stats stuff a little bit more. And when I graduated, tech was becoming more of a big thing, like 7-10 years ago. And I really liked the mission. So I really liked Google's mission. It was like super egalitarian. It's about like making the world better. And all of tech is kind of like that mostly at its core. And I really think Google is still like that.
Yes.
So that is kind of why I was like, I want to do data. I want to do something to like, for people. I want to do something at scale that can like make people's lives better. And so that's how I kind of started thinking tech. And that's how I got to Google. And I've been here since. So it is still a great place.
Great. Excellent. Tell me, so give me some insight on what are some of your challenges that you face since you got in, and I assume got promoted over time. Yeah.
What kind of challenges do you mean? Yeah.
So
there are so many things.
Challenges in finding new roles, finding positions in the company.
Yeah.
Were there any projects that for you were just very, very taxing and it was just overwhelming, that kind of thing, and how you dealt with it?
Yeah. Thank you for explaining a little bit more. Another like really interesting question that I could talk a lot about, so I'll try in my mind to summarize. And there are like, I think like in life and any job, even at Google, like you're always going to find challenges. There's always going to be stuff that is like, you know, like maybe this isn't exactly what I want to be doing. Maybe I want to pivot. Maybe I want to switch. So what I will say is that I have moved around a lot at Google. So I started off as an analyst. Now I work as a UX researcher. So within tech, there is a lot of space to switch and move around. There is even like one person at Google who's pretty famous for not starting off as a software engineer, but like learning how to code on the side on their own, loved it, and switched into software engineering. So really at Google and in tech, like we want people to do what they enjoy doing, because if you're doing something that you care about, you're a lot better in doing your job. You'll enjoy it more and you'll do better work. So I think, we just make sure that people are doing what they love. I've moved around to like make sure that I'm working on projects that I really love. And that has been, I'm still here. So there's still good stuff.
Great. So let's get into your video and get the questions coming out after it.
Sounds good.
We are ready.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kadeen. I'm excited to be here with you all this morning to talk about design thinking and measuring success. What these topics mean and how they can help you as you are developing and really creating products for people. I'll also share some high-level insights on how we generally think about these topics at Google, where I work as a quantitative UX researcher on the Google Maps product. But note that today I'm speaking with you not as a Googler, but in my personal capacity as a design and research professional. So as you're building a product or a tool that people in your community, your country, or maybe anywhere in the world will be using, you might be thinking about some of these questions, because you want to build something that people or users will use and love using. You also want to build a product that is usable or easy for users to use, meaning it's intuitive, and also useful to users, meaning that it provides some meaningful value to people's lives. So in order to do this, you need to uncover users' needs. What do people need? And how can you design something that meets these needs? Because really everything that we are building in tech, as tech professionals or developers, is for people. Real people in the real world are the ultimate users of our products. And if people use our product or tool and want to continue using it, that is the ultimate measurement of success for a product. So my pitch to you is that the entire team, developers, as well as design or UX professionals, should have a user-centered design process. And that design process is called design thinking. So let's start off with talking about design thinking. You might have heard of this concept before, but I'll start from first principles and talk about design thinking ideology so we can get grounded in the core concepts. And then I'll walk you through the design thinking process with specific examples that you can use to start using the design thinking process in your own work and development process. So let's start with design thinking ideology. What design thinking actually means, how it started, and who are the big influences and thought leaders in this space. Design thinking can be defined as a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit to integrate the needs of people, the possibilities of technology, and the requirements for business success. And this is attributed to Tim Brown of IDEO. And as you might know, IDEO is a design consultancy that started in the 1990s as the modern version of an industrial design company. And IDEO is widely hailed as one of the first design companies to do design thinking. The IDEO is still a thought leader in the space, and many companies, not just tech companies, look to them for inspiration in terms of design thinking. It is a common misconception that design thinking is new, but design thinking is not new. The Design of Everyday Things is a best-selling book by cognitive scientist and usability engineer Don Norman. In this book, he talks about how design serves as the communication between object and user, and how to optimize that conduit of communication in order to make the experience of using the object enjoyable. One of the main premises of his book is that although people usually blame themselves when objects appear to malfunction, it is not the fault of the user, but rather the lack of intuitive guidance that should have been present in the design. And this is really at the essence of what we currently think of as design thinking. And this book was originally published in 1988, and it is still on the recommended reading lists for design and technology professionals to this day. I know I had to read it when I started working in the design space at Google. And to be sure, design thinking even predates the book. So design thinking is durable. Design has been practiced for ages. Monuments, bridges, cars are all end products of some sort of design process. Throughout history, good designers have applied a human-centric creative process to build meaningful and effective solutions. A great example of this, not in terms of tech, is from the early 1900s with husband and wife designers Charles and Ray Eames, who practiced learning by doing. They explored a range of needs and constraints before designing their Eames chairs, which continue to be in production even now, more than 70 years later. Maybe you've seen these famous chairs on Instagram, or maybe you've sat in them yourself. And even today, even in tech, and maybe especially in tech, design thinking is still relevant. The picture on the right is of a garage, Susan Wojcicki's garage, to be specific. And if you know the story of Google, you know that we were founded in 1998 by two Stanford PhD students in Susan's garage with server racks built from Lego blocks. What's less well known is that several members of the early team, including co-founder Larry Page, had studied HCI, or human-computer interaction, at Stanford. And this early interest in the human side of technology became central to our company's culture. We have a saying here at Google: focus on the user and all else will follow. And this is the first entry in our founding philosophy. And this is our way of design thinking at Google, our spin on it. And finally, it's not just Google, of course. Big tech companies are all using design thinking. Apple is a very design-oriented company and has had very talented design and product leaders. Airbnb is another company that considers design as integral to their product development process. And this is probably because Airbnb's two founders are both designers. And lastly, I added in Mint. So John Maeda, another really important person in the design world who was a professor at the MIT Media Lab for 12 years and has some really great TED Talks online, he pointed out that he considers Mint, the financial planning app, as a turning point for design mattering to technology. Because essentially, if someone could figure out how to turn something as mundane and not fun as organizing your finances into a product that people actually wanted to use and enjoyed using, then that product was doing the right thing and they were onto something. So that was some context about design thinking and how it started and who is using it. But what do we do with it? How do we start? Here's IDEO again. They say, when you sit down to create a solution for a business need, the first question should always be, what's the human need behind it? Why? Well, it encourages organizations to focus on the people they're creating for, which leads to better products, services, and internal processes. And here's what the design school at Stanford says. So note that the D School at Stanford is another leader in the design thinking space. They have an entire program dedicated to design thinking and their special version of it. And of course, Stanford is one of the big universities in the Bay Area where I am, so in Silicon Valley. And you know that they have a long list of alums or just students who dropped out who started some of the biggest tech companies that we know today, including Google. And here's what the D School says. Design thinking can be applied to all kinds of problems, but just like humans, problems are often messy and complex and need to be tackled with some serious creative thinking. And they go on to say, we aim to actively confront and challenge the mindset that design can only be used by a privileged few. So if you remember nothing from today, please remember that design thinking is for everyone, not just designers or UX professionals. Think about a startup. It's usually a 1 or 2 person show at the beginning. Those 2 people have to be everything for this startup: software engineer, product lead or product manager, project manager, UX designer, UX researcher, QA engineer, and I could go on. So the point I'm trying to make to you is that design thinking is a user-centered design process for everyone. And my call to action to everyone listening in this morning is not to be a designer, but to think like one. So now you might be thinking, how exactly do I think like a designer? How do I do this design thinking? Luckily, there is a process, and I will walk you through it. So traditionally, ideation began with a problem. Sometimes this problem was backed by data. In other cases, the problem was simply a hunch. Teams would then research solutions and draft one that was functional and met business requirements. Near the end of the process, designers would be called in to essentially create a wrapper and fit this idea to a user. With design thinking, we flip this process around. We may start with an idea of problems we want to probe for, but we actually start with users. We let the user tell us the problem by engaging directly with them and use their ideas to help us create a solution. Designers start working right out of the gate and build the solution around the user rather than mold the user to a solution. And in case I haven't convinced you yet, HBR, the Harvard Business Review, had an article that explained why this shift is so important. They say design thinking is important because, 1, you'll arrive at better solutions. Using an obvious process leads to obvious questions and solutions. Design thinking helps you uncover the non-obvious, interesting questions that allow you to find brilliant solutions. 2, you'll lower your risks and costs because you'll fail fast and you'll move quickly to better solutions. And 3, you'll have structured freedom. Design thinking is a process, and there is a structure that actually builds in a lot of room for freedom and true innovation. And now finally, here is the process. Design thinking has 5 steps. Empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. I included implement as the final stage, which sometimes gets included in this process, but really implementation is the stuff we all know and know how to do easily and do well. Design thinking is here to tell us that we should be doing a lot more before we move to the implement phase, and if we want to innovate and create something valuable. So let me walk you through each of these steps, and I will explain a little bit more. The first step is to establish empathy. by observing users, engaging with users, and immersing yourself in the user's perspectives. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feeling of another person. And we talk a lot about empathy in tech. If we want to focus on the user, our goal as we begin the design thinking process should be first to connect to someone's stories, insights, and emotions. We must put ourselves in their shoes. So our goal here is to understand the user. And what exactly do we mean by user? Generally, this is the person or the population for which you're hoping to build a solution. And a good rule of thumb here is to be as specific as possible. You cannot build for everyone. So don't just focus on moms, but maybe moms of toddlers or moms in Trinidad and Tobago. Make it specific. And you can start by practicing empathy yourself. If you'd like, make a note of this exercise and try it out later. This is a really great way to start exercising your design thinking empathy muscle. So later today, think of a population like third-year students, after-school teachers, moms with young children, or anything that you want to do. And write down a list of at least 10 challenges that this group faces. You'll see that after challenge, maybe number 5, you'll really start to think more deeply about these users, and you'll hopefully want to understand your users better. So, how do we learn more about our users? As Larry Page says, there is no substitute for personally watching and listening to real people. Empathy might start in the office, at your desk, when you start thinking deeply about your users, but it should continue out into the world, or out into the field as we call it. It is really important and really helpful to meet real users in real life. And you can see me doing that in this picture on the right. This was me in Jakarta interviewing a young Indonesian woman and doing a co-design exercise with her so that we could understand how to make Google Maps better for users in Indonesia. So that's empathy in a nutshell. The next step is define. We need to define a user problem by synthesizing our user observations and creating a problem statement. And it's important that this problem statement is a user-centered one. And let me explain what I mean when I say that. So let's pretend that you come home one day and this is what you see. So you think, my dog destroyed my house when I left him home alone. This is your problem statement. And this is the problem that we choose. But what is the real problem here? Is it the dog? Is it the behavior? What are we trying to actually look at? So someone out there interviewed dog owners, and so we found the real problem, and we found that the problem was actually something different. So the real problem is this. Dogs get lonely when they're bored when they're left at home alone. So the problem can be reframed. How might we prevent dogs from feeling bored so that they don't turn to bad habits? And as you can see, this opens up the problem and solution space a lot. Now this sounds like a really interesting problem to solve. And a great way to frame problem statements is with a question, and a question that starts with how. On my team, as you can see here, we use how might we statements a lot. Another way to frame the user problem and include the user is with a point of view statement like this one. And when you fill it out, it can look something like this. So Jane is a college student who needs to quickly sign up for a class because the class she wants fills up fast. And that gets you to a problem statement that includes the user and is a place where you can start to define the problem that you're after. Great. So now we've empathized with our user, analyzed and synthesized those observations to define the problem. Now it's time to ideate. This is the phase where you think about all the possible solutions that come to mind and engage in some unrestricted brainstorming. And there are many useful brainstorming techniques out there. One that we use at Google is called Crazy Eights. And this is another exercise that you can try out later on your own. It's pretty simple. It's also really fun. I like this one. So later today, try it out. Fold a piece of paper into 8 sections. In each section, draw or write out an idea. Don't worry about feasibility right now. Blue sky thinking is encouraged. And what that means is that anything is possible in this ideation stage. Okay, so now we've ideated using Crazy Eights or another one of your favorite brainstorming techniques, and we have a bunch of potential solutions. How do we know if these solutions would work? And the answer to that is we prototype, or we produce an inexpensive, scaled-down version of the solution created in the previous stage. And as you build prototypes one by one, they are either accepted, improved and re-examined, or rejected based on the user's experience. And usually what you're thinking about or working toward in the prototype stage is an MVP, so a minimum viable product. The idea of an MVP is that the product, app, website, or whatever you decide to build is developed with sufficient features to satisfy early adopters. The final complete set of features is only designed and developed after considering feedback from the first users that test what you've created. So you want to make sure that what you create is functional even at its first stage. So looking at the pictures on the slide, let's say that your goal is to create a vehicle that could take you places. In this example, there isn't much that you can do with just a wheel or 2 wheels with an axle or the body of a car without a wheel or engine. So this is not a great way to prototype. Here is a better idea that helps to explain the concept of iterating and what that looks like. So you can see now that even at the beginning stages, even with a simple skateboard, you're able to achieve your goal of taking you places. The fancier transition and all the additions to ultimately make it a fully fleshed out car can come later. So prototype early and think in terms of MVP. The first iteration of a product should actually be able to be used and tested with real users. One way to prototype early is with paper prototypes, and we use this at Google a lot. So you don't actually need to code or build anything to start prototyping. And this is another exercise you can try out at home. So don't worry too much about little details or text. Focus on the flow and interactions. Use templates and use Post-it notes to move things around like they would move in a real interface. So that's prototyping. Now we'll move on to testing. This is the final stage of the design thinking process, and yet it's also an iterative one. What does this mean? It means that you continue to go back to make changes, tweak features, and in some cases, you may even decide to scrap the solution for a different one that you identified during the prototyping stage. And testing extends throughout until you finally implement or launch your product to the real world. And this, in a nutshell, is design thinking. It is a process. There is so much more I could talk about within this process. The empathize phase led to a whole discipline within tech, my discipline of user experience research or UX research. If you are ever interested in the research side, the Nielsen Norman website has a lot of great content. Maybe I can come back next year to dive in more into these topics if you're interested. But for now, I hope that was interesting and relevant to you. I hope that you learned something new that you can take to your day-to-day developer work. Because remember, design thinking is for everyone, not just designers. When startups are starting up, there's usually just 1 or 2 people who have to do everything. And if you do your research, you'll find that the startups that make it are the ones that were user-centered. Now, I know that I call this talk Design Thinking and Measuring Success, but I somewhat intentionally spent most of my time on design thinking. I could spend another 30 minutes or more talking about how to measure success for your product. And really what I mean here is talking about metrics. As I mentioned at the beginning, I am a quantitative UX researcher. So although I do some first-person in-field research, like in the picture you saw of me earlier in Jakarta, my day-to-day is actually more often in the office, working with teams and thinking about how we measure our products and what metrics we want to use. What I will say that I learned from one of the UX leaders at Google is that empathy and design and metrics are two sides of the same coin. Like many other companies, we carefully look at product metrics and optimize for them. Metrics are important. What I want to call out here, though, is that with metrics becoming ever more available, there's a risk of counting what can be counted versus counting what matters. I believe identifying what matters and what we then decide to measure is an important precursor to any conversation about metrics. Knowing what to measure means understanding your users deeply and knowing how they're using your product, which then means you can better understand what to measure. So design thinking leads to good design. And good design can then become a solid foundation to start measuring your product and talking about metrics. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I'm happy to take questions if you have them.
All right. Excellent presentation, Kadeen.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody listening in. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully it was interesting.
Yes. So those who are looking at us live, feel free to sending your messages and your questions. So for me, I wrote down a question.
Yeah.
How has design changed over the last I don't want to focus on COVID, but over the last 3 years, as design thinking generally, that thread ran through Silicon Valley and the tech environment globally. How has that impacted your work? Is the first part of the question. And two, how has that changed what you do?
Okay. So the question is around, let me just play it back to you. The question is around, over the past maybe 3 years, there has been a lot of more maybe talk, especially in tech, so especially in the Valley, about design. So how has that, like changed what we do or how we do it or why we do it? And then, just more generally about like my work or research. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. So for sure, design has existed for a long time. Anything around you is design. Somebody created it for somebody else to serve some purpose, even if they're creating it for themselves. So design thinking is not even like for building something. It's like a way of thinking. For me, it's like critical thinking. But I just made that point, like with many slides for you. Design thinking is not new. So I think you are right in that design thinking maybe has like found more prominence maybe in the mainstream for tech for sure in the past few years. So let's see. Apple has been around for a while doing design thinking. They've like the iPhone has existed for a pretty long time, more than 3 years. The other part is like the other apps that I was talking about. So Airbnb, Mint, those are definitely newer. And then of course, I can speak more specifically about Google. So yes, we care about HCI a lot. I made that point in the talk. So we have always been thinking about our users, but maybe more specifically in terms of design, we have been putting more and more emphasis around it. So actually since 2014, we have been doing a lot of work that we call product excellence. And so that is around just like bringing our way of being of user-centered design, our way of like involving users in our development process, like to everyone at the company, and then also just creating the new way that we want to think about it.
So I have a question right there. So was this really what the material team and template came out of, this product excellence? Because for developers, I remember right around then, we started seeing a lot more material design, especially for Android in particular. So I just want to connect it to go ahead.
That's a great point. To be completely honest, I don't know exactly what we put out externally. But yeah, I imagine that maybe what we talk about internally at Google, we definitely try to share externally because Android is like an open ecosystem. We want to make sure that we're bringing developers along with us. So for sure, like for example, the thing that I do know is that material design is kind of our way of making sure that our visual design is like more user-centered, more on brand, but also easier for users. So that is one of the things that we use internally and then also share out externally as something to be more user-centered. So for sure, I will say the one thing I also wanted to say is that Google has been like winning more design awards, which we are super excited about. So I think like maybe last year or the year before, there was the Fast Company Award, and Sundar like gave a speech about that, and that was pretty great. And so that's really nice for us, like UX professionals at Google, to be like, we've been saying this for a while, but now you see it more and more reflected in how we design our products and like what the product looks like and acts like. So it's nice recognition. And then you had another question around how does it change our work? That's a great question, and I could talk a ton about that. I think what I want to say is that it means that research and design, so just UX in general, user experience in general as a discipline, is more, not more respected, but more, I don't know, maybe like at the table at Google. We've been thinking about like staffing up our teams more, just having more people. Google is getting bigger, so we do that anyway. But then also like we want to make sure that we have enough people so that we can do really good design work. And so sometimes that just means having more people. And so now we have bigger teams. There's more of a community. Hopefully that helps.
Good. So a more pointed question for developers.
Yeah.
So I face challenges, as I mentioned to the previous speaker, in design, because I'm not necessarily, I'm not good with designing, period. I'm like very, very, very poor.
Yeah.
And this question is pointed to somebody like me. What advice would you give to developers who sometimes are overwhelmed with theory on making the apps better and making user interface better?
Yeah. Good question. I will also say I'm a UX researcher and I'm a quantitative UX researcher. So I don't consider myself to be like great at like actual design. I think I know what good design looks like. I can critique design, I can give feedback, but I don't like create the design myself. So I kind of like know how you feel. For sure, there's a lot of theory out there, and all the things that I talked about, like in my talk and my slides, was a lot of theory. So it was just around the concept behind it. But I think what's really great about like the state and the space of design thinking right now is that it's super practical. There are a lot of things that you can do, like all the exercises, the try it out things that I had in the deck. Those are things that anybody can do and should be doing to like get to better design. So design is never perfect, even for designers. Like you can practice it, you can learn to be good at it, and anything that you do gets you closer to building a better product. I will also say that you can have like a really well-designed website that isn't beautiful. And sometimes that's okay. I think there are a couple like big name like websites or tech companies out there that do this. Like they don't really care necessarily what it looks like if it's beautiful, but they care that people can use it and they have the metrics to prove that people are using it. So things don't have to be beautiful. I think it's more important that it's usable and useful. Those are the big things that we talk about. So do the exercises, everybody. We run something called design sprints at Google. Again, that's I think pretty open source, so you can just like Google that. Also, IDEO has IDEO University, so IDEOU, that's a great resource. The Stanford Design School also like has a lot of really great content and also exercises. So point I want to make about design sprints at Google is that we involve everybody. It's not just UXers and it's not just designers even. So everybody in the design sprint must be cross-functional. That's the only way it's a real design sprint. So engineers are there, product managers are there, designers are there, researchers are there, and maybe even other people. Sometimes marketing will sit in on design sprints. And the point of that is so that one, you have like a well-rounded group as you're actually like foundationally thinking about a product. And that also means that everybody is involved in all of these like design thinking phases. Like we'll make the engineers do the crazy eights, like things like that. Like there are specific things that you can do to become better at design thinking, and that helps you build a better product. Whether it's beautiful, that's another question. And you can learn, you know, like that's I think another topic area that you can spend time on. And material design, use it. It's good.
Right. So let's get some comments that have been coming in. So Akeem, it's on the screen. One of the things that comes up for companies' product development process starts with ideation, backtrack, emphasis, define, etc. And then it comes into his question: does that have happened in your experience, or is it that you are presented with problems first that helps you to start getting of the design thinking process? I assume is what he's referring to.
Got it. Hi, Akeem. Thank you for the question. Okay, so sometimes it's really easy to start in the ideation phase, but like maybe at Google, like does this mean we're getting problems framed in a certain way that we want to start, that we end up starting earlier with emphasize? Is that a good paraphrase?
Well, if you're still looking at the live stream, feel free to confirm, Akeem.
I'll start answering, and then you can just giving my thoughts, and you can let me know if you want to like drill in anymore. Okay, so for sure, design thinking is hard. It takes effort. It takes time. It's a process that you have to like sit down and do and spend time and cycles on. It's hard even for Google. I will say, like, if you practice, it gets easier, it gets better, right? If you hire the right people, if you hire designers or UXers, it also gets easier because that's their, you know, like their way of thinking, their discipline. So they're the expert and they can help you do this better. So, I mean, it kind of ranges. Do we get problems that mean that we start like directly at empathize? No, not all the time. If you're working with a product leader who is very like design focused or user focused, then yes. But that doesn't always happen. Sometimes you'll be working with someone or a team that is like really strapped for resources, really strapped for time, and they think they don't have time, you know, to do the full process. I think like what I would say here is that now that if you understand the process, you can kind of help figure out, okay, we think we want to start at ideation, but how do I convince you that we should spend like 1 or 2 days on empathy? How can I even do the empathy myself so that you, like the entire team doesn't have to do it? So maybe I figure out if we're a team of 5 or 10, like I assign 2 people to do like more empathy things. Not everybody has to do it this time around. And for sure, there are a ton of different like exercises that you can, or not exercises, there are there are a lot of like things that you can do for each part, right? So it's not just for brainstorming crazy eights. There are a ton of different techniques and you can look it up. So you can kind of figure out based on your constraints what you can do in the time and with the resources that you do have. But again, like the point is like, because design thinking, the point is like you have to do the entire process. Each point builds from the other. So empathize is about understanding your users. When you go to defining the problem statement, that means the problem in the user's voice. So it's a super stepwise process. Sometimes
follow the process.
Exactly. Trust the process. Sometimes people, I lost my train of thought. I'll end on that. Trust the process. That was a good ending.
So just to help you, Akeem said pretty much.
Okay, good.
All right. So you're in the right vein. And there's another comment from a Sarah Bernard. Yes. She says very helpful information. It's often difficult to pivot from the vision I have for my business to what customers actually need for my business. It's a good question. So design thinking approach and examples, you gave a specific challenge to my potential. Okay, great. Excellent.
Yeah.
Good feedback. Very good feedback.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I say one thing about this to Sarah and
Yeah,
everybody
go
else?
Good.
Thank you for your note. I am glad that this is helpful. I'm really here just to share what I know. Hopefully it's helpful. What I do want to say is that the empathy phase is pretty important. And I'm a little biased because I am a researcher. So it's my like I said, like kind of at the end, like empathy evolved into like an entire discipline, UX research. And there's a ton that you can write. Like I could give an entire like more 30-minute or 1 hour talk just on empathy, because that is like the bread and butter of what I do and what my teams do. What I do want to say here is that empathy interviews are pretty important. So there are a range of methods. So if you're interested, Nielsen Norman, I mentioned them at some point, but I didn't flash their name up on the screen, but Nielsen Norman, their site is really, really good for explaining UX research concepts. And so researchers, obviously, like it's a whole discipline, it's a whole job. There are a ton of different methods that you can use. So it's not just interviews, it's not just usability studies. There are a whole bunch of things. And there are a lot of quantitative stuff like A/B testing, clickstream analysis, surveys, and that's the stuff I work on.
I have a question for that.
Yes.
But
let me finish one thing. I don't want to break my thoughts again, but thank you. So the thing I want to say here is that in spite of all of these methods, it is really important to start somewhere. And even as a non-researcher, you should be starting somewhere. And I think that place to start is empathy interviews. So I'd say just like look up online how to do a good empathy interview. Like it's really important to like get out there and start talking to real users. And if you can't or won't or don't have time somehow to talk to like actual your target users, make the time to talk to somebody who is like kind of like analogous. So we often tell people like when we're talking to startups, talk to a friend, talk to a family member, somebody who is kind of like your target user, even if they're not exactly, because starting somewhere will give you more information than not starting anywhere. So look up empathy interviews. There's a whole bunch of like content online about how to do this well and how you can start doing it yourself. And it'll help. Sorry, Agri, I cut you off. What was your question?
No. So my quick question before we prepare for the other speaker that's lined up. A/B testing. Generally in the region, I'm guilty of this. So let me raise my hand first.
Yeah.
How important is testing as part of that design phase? Like, talk to us, because I see apps developed by fellow developers and things that I have done, and because I know the laws that I break, I will pass on that to someone who actually knows about front end stuff, because I know that is not my core. And I don't think I've gotten the skills to really deal with that accordingly. So how do you help develop in the developer community, especially in the Caribbean, just for us to focus on one, design thinking, but the importance of testing and stuff going forward? Go ahead.
I'll give my thoughts really quickly because I know we have another great presenter coming up. So is testing important? Yes, for sure. Is testing like a really important part of like even big tech companies, even when they were in the early stages? Yes, absolutely. Google is famous for doing like a lot of live traffic interviews. If you Google, you'll find like a ton. Like we tested even colors of like what the link should be on the search results page. And that's a pretty like famous example. It is a pretty kind of odd example because we're testing like literally RGB colors. But so anyway, testing is super, super important. We do a ton of it at Google. there are ways where testing, like there are different ways to do it. So you can do it super qualitative or super quantitative. So you don't always have to do any A/B test with a like live traffic experiment. You can like do something that is more qualitative, and that's where like things like usability testing come in. And so what you want to think about there is how much time you have, how much engineering time you have, how much effort is required, and really, like, more importantly, like, what is the best method to get you the best like results? What kind of data do you need to collect to make the right decision? And maybe it's not always live traffic testing. And I think Mike, who is coming up, might have like a talk on more testing concepts. So maybe you'll get some more ideas there.
Yes. Yes.
Cool.
All right. Thank you very much, Kadeen. We look forward to see you at DevFest 2020 and at the different meetups at the different GDGs through the year until we come again to DevFest 2021. We look forward to seeing you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
And to the viewers, be sure you'll catch Kadeen again this afternoon on the panel. So stay tuned for that. Thank you very much, Kadeen. As we prepare now for Mike. So,
hello.
Hi, Mike. Good day.
How can you copy?
Loud and clear. All right.
Excellent.
What's the time where you are?
It's now 1 p.m., 1:21. Okay.
And your location?
In Argentina, Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires, Argentina. Okay, welcome, Mike. So just before we dive right into the video, just tell me a little bit about how you got started, just to give the viewer some context. Yeah.
It's frightening because usually people say that I talk a lot, and since I'm already into tech and into design for the last 20 years, there's a lot to talk about.
Right.
So I am a designer. That's probably the most important thing. I'm into tech. I created startups. I'm in my 5th startup at this point, which is a Series A fintech startup in Argentina, led by Itaú Unibanco from Brazil. As you know, probably Itaú is the biggest bank in Latin America. So we got funded by them. And I also work in big company. Like I worked all over the globe. I worked in Canada, in the States, and Japan, and in Europe. I am born and raised in Germany. I prefer to say that I am not German because I don't consider myself as German. I'm pretty much an alien, I would say, out of space because I'm a strange kind of person, I guess. So I worked all over the world. I work in big corporates. I work for the German Telecom and for the think tank called T-Labs, Telecom Laboratories, which is an incredible space.
Excellent.
And
and
I worked here in Argentina mainly for Despegar.com, which is Latin America's biggest online travel agency.
Okay, excellent.
OTA. And I accompanied them to the IPO. So I did big companies also. I was the head of UX at OLX Group.
Right.
And well, now here I am. And I'm participating in Google's program as GDE for the last 4 years also.
Wow,
and
excellent.
I started as a GDE for product and for user experience. And for the last, I think also like 4 years, pretty much, I'm also a mentor at the Google for Startups Accelerator, formerly known as Launchpad.
Right. Yeah. Yes. I was in Google's campus last October. This is before COVID. And at the one in Brazil, Sao Paulo. Awesome. And the program is really good. Yeah, it really is. Okay.
I was one of the first mentors
what do you do?
from Latin America.
Oh, really? Excellent. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Just tell me, what do you do currently? Like your current day job? What does it entail?
I'm the chief of research. I used to be the CDO, like chief design officer, but then at a certain point, I wanted to focus on research only. So whatever questions about testing you have, be sure that I can answer you quite some, because this is what I'm mainly focused on. A lot of testing, a lot of user research, and a lot of user tests, interviews, surveys, a lot of that stuff.
Okay, great. So we are ready for the video. So you could share your screen and ensure to send it with audio. So the share screen button is right to the right of your
Yeah, I am on share screen, I guess. Share screen. Okay.
Send audio.
I'm sharing my entire screen to figure out if this includes all the audio.
Right.
Can you see my screen?
You
see the screen?
Let's see. Not as yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet?
No.
That's strange. Okay, seems like Chrome has lost permission to capture my screen. I know. Let's figure out. Let's figure out if we can do a little fix on that really fast. Okay. I'm gonna get into my preferences.
So what you can do is refresh the page and try to do it again. I guess it picks up the plugin when you refresh. This has worked for me in the past. All right. While we just wait for Mike to reconnect.
You mean?
Yes, I can.
Now I'm in double. Wow.
Yeah. No. Right. Excellent.
You see my shared screen?
Not as yet.
There. Okay.
Yes, I see it now.
Okay.
Right. Good. So let's go ahead. Oh, Nicholas is sharing. So I guess we will use
right
his.
now.
Yeah.
Let's share it from Nicholas, because I don't think that I can get my share on. I don't know why, to be honest.
Okay, great. Well, let's do that.
Michael Walker. I'm a designer specialized in user experience, service design, and interface design. In the last 20 years, I created and led design and research teams from small startups to big companies in Germany, Japan, Mexico, India, and in Argentina. I'm a GDE for over 4 years now and a mentor at the Google for Startups Accelerator for almost the same time. So there is a lot of talking about user research, if it is necessary, who should do it, how to measure it, and so on. In this talk, I'm trying to give you some answers to these questions. But if you want to have the quick answer why research is relevant, I would just drop user centricity. There's probably no digital product on earth that will not care about user centricity. So design is based on people and their environment. And how can you know if not by research?
Okay, let's figure out if we can get all this rock and roll with me talking over it. And,
right.
Only having the videos. I'm gonna try to get my script here on my phone.
Right. Do you?
This is user experience to the fullest.
Do you have the slides prepped and ready to go to do it live?
I am looking at my slides at this point on my phone.
Right.
And the only thing is, which I don't know, I cannot see my user comments on it. Oh, wow. That is quite a rally. Okay.
Right. So
I'll get it done anyways. You have to be patient with me for 1 second. Because what I can do is actually I can go on with right away with the slides, worst case.
Right. Yeah. Let's do that. Just do it.
Okay.
Right.
So again, here we go. I will probably try to, because I cannot see both screens same time. Let's see if I can even do this. Can you still hear me? Okay, cool. So the question is, everyone asks, why user centricity? What is the big thing about user centricity, right? And what does it have to do with research? So of course, everything design is based on understanding the users. Like generally, design originally, it doesn't matter if it is product design or if it is like industrial design, graphic design, whatever design, is always based on the understanding of the users, right? And what better thing you can do if not getting the idea of the users by research? So what I'm going to try to figure out is, because I'm not controlling the slides. Okay, here you go. The process involves users. Well, this is what I said. It's like in general, the whole user centricity design process obviously focus on what it is. Sorry, this is getting really, really, really harsh. Here we go. Specify the context of the use, and what means you identify the people who will use the product, right? What they will use it for, and under what conditions they will use it for. To specify requirements, you identify any business requirements or user goals that must be met for the product to be successful. You create design solutions. This part of the process can be done in stages, being from a rough concept to a complete design. This is what we're going to look afterwards in presentation also, which are usually quite familiar with, which is an agile, probably Scrum development. And then you evaluate designs. Evaluation either through usability testing with actual users as an integral as quality testing to a good software development. So we can go to the next. So the question is now, obviously, how do you do it, right? Now that you know, the natural question here, how you do it. And you might wonder if there is one research process that you can always rely on. And to be honest, the bad news, because there is not one way to do it. So it always depends on the reason why you want to research and the resources you have and the time that you have. There you see an example for research in a lean process, right? So you probably are involved in a multidisciplinary squad, cellular team, call it as you like. And looking at the typical lean process, you will find easily the 5 common moments of the process: learn, build, measure, and the iteration of the experiment itself. And user research has the highest impact in 2 moments of the lean process: between the initial of an experiment, for example, by researching and testing benchmark, A/B user tests, creation of customer journey maps, prototypes, personas, etc. And during the learning phase, applying expert reviews, qualitative and quantitative research. On the other hand, participating on design sprints during an iteration circle shows the magic of high-level research team in the company. Let's switch. So routines. As I mentioned before, like you need routines, and there is where the magic actually happens, right? Because it's not enough that you say, yeah, we did research, so yeah, we're user-centric, because all the insights that you gain, they will change, and your customers change, right? The research analysts usually are supposed to review the UIs, right? Screen layouts, user flows on a daily basis, and according to the squad's needs. And these reviews are based on heuristic analysis, and priorities based on severity levels. We will all see this now in the next screens to get a little bit deep into it. And usually one person can do simple UI heuristic reviews. If UIs or layouts are complex or use cases, if use cases complex, you will need more people, obviously, right? But the thing is, and this is what people often ask, like, do you need a user research analyst to do user research? And no, you don't. You can do it yourself. And there are ways that we're going to see right now in which you can actually do it yourself without having any issues, right? Here you can see a quantitative user research studies can be created within a day. The thing is, and this is also like best practice and good to know, you can do a lot of research in one day, but often the results will take between 5 and 10 work days, because if you do quantitative stuff, you need like a number which is actually representative, which means that you cannot test only with 5 people. You will need responses from a lot of people, and this usually takes some more days, right? And also what happens usually, if you're in a startup and you don't have your product out yet, means probably that you don't have any users, and probably you don't have a user database with emails or phone numbers that helps to contact them to do like quantitative user tests, right? So you can still do quantitative user testing. There are like 2 ways you can choose. You look for a market research company and get prepared for an expensive bill to pay, or you go custom made, talking with friends, families, and friends of friends. Once your product is live, obviously you should have a way to capture more people for email testing or for surveys and stuff. So you will probably figure out how you can capture these people. The easiest way is probably by email. The easiest thing that you can do is in a daily or weekly research thing is like the expert review. Let's get a little bit back because we speeded up quite some. Hey, okay, expert reviews. As I mentioned, expert reviews. These are called like the heuristics. They're known as the heuristics, right? And heuristic evaluations involving a small set of evaluators examining the interface layout flow of a case and judge its compliance with recognized usability principles, which are these heuristics. And they're very focused on the usability aspect of stuff. And the guys that are very known for that are Nielsen and Norman. And if you Google Nielsen, Norman, and heuristics, you will find a lot of more profound information. And actually, you'll find the heuristic themselves, which are formed on questions that you ask yourself watching a UI or a flow. Click-through analysis. Analyzing the record of screens or pages that users clicks on and sees as they use a site or software product. It requires the site to be instrumented properly, or the application to have a telemetry data collection enabled. There are a lot of online tools for that. What I used a lot of times and what I still use are Usability Hub and Optimal Workshop. They existed at this point in a free and gratis version, and they're not the most expensive thing to use. And what you do is the images of the screens and give users various tasks, and you hope that they interact with the UIs as to. Let's jump to the next one. A/B testing. You probably know A/B testing, and it is weird that you see on one hand this title saying daily and weekly research activities during a sprint, and me talking about A/B testing, right? Because usually it's a method of scientifically testing different designs on a site by randomly assigning groups of users to interact with each of the different designs and measuring the effect of the assignments on user behavior. This is actually not really something you would do generally every day, since you need to create these B alternatives, right, and publish them. But since sometimes these alternatives are just texts or colors or icon changes, effort can be very low. So yeah, actually you can do A/B testing on a daily or weekly approach. Let's go to the next one. Unmoderated UX studies. And unmoderated UX studies is quite similar actually to the clickstream analysis. It's a quantitative and qualitative and automated method that you use as specialized research tools that capture, again, participant behavior. But the difference is that here we will film record everything, right? And more focused on the qualitative aspect than on the quantitative. You want to know actually why people are clicking where and when, and you want to see their emotional reactions. So this is why it is a bit, but the approach is similar. Coming to the next.
Okay, there seems to be some connection issues. Michael, can you hear us? Okay, he seems to be reconnecting.
Can you copy? Can you hear me?
Yep, you're back.
All right, I'm going to get as fast as I can through this, so we can make sure that there is not too much delay for the next speaker. Email surveys, it is always the easiest thing to do, right? A survey in which participants are recruited from an email message, and you can use Google Forms for that. Preferences test is something that people don't know so much about it. It is a test that helps you choose the best variation of a design by getting real people to tell you which one they like best. So again, you use an online platform for that and upload various versions of your design and ask people what they like most. It seems like A/B testing. It is not, because I use this, for instance, for icons or for images, right? So it is not as complex as an A/B testing, because you just upload various varieties of these designs, and you add like back, and you like a quantitative number on that. 5-second test. Also not very known, but very easy to do. It optimizes the clarity of your designs by measuring people's impressions. So you upload a screen, show it to the people 5 seconds, and ask. So if the users recall it, it's all good. If they don't, well. But a classic example is asking about the features in the bottom navigation, for instance. You show the screen with the bottom nav, and you ask, hey, can you tell me the 5 categories that you just saw in the bottom nav? And if people can recall, it is because the icons are clear or the labels are clear. If they cannot, you know that you already have an issue there. Now we get over to what it is, qualitative research. And here you have something which is a bit more complex, right? Qualitative user research requires at least 1 week, in which first day is exclusively dedicated to test preparation, second, third, and fourth day are dedicated to user testing, and fifth day to the test result evaluation. A qualitative user test is dedicated to know why user do or do not interact with the product prototype. That's why it's qualitative. The This usually gives insights usability problems, right? The most important in qualitative user testing is synchronization with the heads of product or with the product people to ensure that the testing script and the prototype are focused on a common aim of research. Don't underestimate the problem of the recruitment of participants, right? Because often it happens that you have like 4 or 5 people that say, actually, yes, I will participate, and then they will cancel, and then your 1 week user testing gets easily to like a 2 or 3 week user test. So it's awkward. Try to recruit 10 or 15 people so you are sure that you will have 5 people to test on. And if you ask now, hey, 5 people, is that enough to get all the insights that I need? And yeah, to be honest, yes, it is. Because again, it's not quantitative, it's qualitative. And we know by experience that usually with 5, 6 user tests, you get like 90 to 100% of all the insights that you need testing. But let's say you don't even know if you want to do prototype testing. There's something way easier you can do, and we jump to the next screen, which is like conversations, having conversations. People would say, yeah, user interviewing. I don't like the term of user interviews because it sounds formal. What you're looking for is having good conversations with users or with possible users or clients, right? The first part is very similar to the prototype testing because you have to do a recruitment, you write a test script, you coordinate with the people from product, from the commercial part, and then you have like 5 talks. And again, you will probably have all the insights that you need within these 5 talks. Let's jump to the next one. So here we go to the more complex stuff. 2-week qualitative and quantitative. So you do what we just saw, a 1-week prototype testing, but you figure out that you have a hard time to interpret it, actually all the insights that you have, or to prioritize all the infos that you have. So you need like a 2nd week follow-up by quantitative user testing. And you use the same methods that I mentioned before. The only difference is now you're combining these 2 ways, the qualitative first, quantitative to follow up with. Let's jump to the next one. Design sprints. Since this is a Google event and I'm a design sprint master, would be impossible that I would not talk about design sprints, right? So in the beginning, I remember when we did the first design sprints at Google also, it took like 5 to 6 days. And I figured out, and a lot of people figured out actually the same thing, that you can do it in 2 days. So what you do is like you will run a 2-day design sprint, understanding, defining, and deciding, and then you will follow up a 1-week qualitative and quantitative user test. So you do like an extension of the validation process, but you put like a 2 days into the iterative thing where you have the design sprint with stakeholders participating and creating, understanding, defining, and creating stuff, deciding, and then you run into quantitative or quantitative user testing followed up. Let's get to the next one. So documentation, another important topic, because everyone knows you can over-documentate everything. But on the other hand, if you do research and it costs money, it takes time, you need resources, it's a lot of work to do that it would just get lost by not documenting. So there are 2 things that I recommend. Actually, first thing, documentation, do it on a daily basis. Every day that you run research, don't wait until the week is over to documentate everything, because you will go crazy because you have a lot of insights. Use every day that you are testing and researching, and spend every day like 1 hour on documentation and on sharing with your peers and with stakeholders, because every insight is a formal presentation. You can share on Slack with anyone else from the company, from the team, and share your insights. So you make also sure that they don't get lost in the way. And the other thing, what I do is I use a repository for my insights, which I use HQ. Probably there are more in the market. This is one of the most the most professional ones that I know. Same thing here. I usually document it every day a little bit, and then I leave it open for everyone in the company actually to see what I'm researching on and what I researched before, because sometimes, you know, there are insights from previous research that you did, which are still actually interesting and relevant for actual product development. So this is the other thing. And don't waste too much time on these crazy presentations. I know it's like to show to all the stuff that you've got, and you can do it, but believe me, it's not the most important thing. Let's jump to the next one. So the next question is when, right? When do you do what kind of research? And it depends on severity. And I give you a little help on define the severity. I usually work with these 4 level or stages of severity. There is a cosmetic problem, right? Where you need to, which need to fix you unless, which need not to be fixed unless extra time is available on the project, right? So we'll see some examples for fixing my usability problems. Like fixing should be given a low priority, something that you should fix, a low priority. Major usability problem is important to fix, so should be given priority. And usability catastrophe is like an imperative to fix this before product. The next screen. Right? I use tougher first because it's easier to figure out. Like the cosmetic problem, usually the designer creates a visual solution based on the design system, right? So often these adjustments apply on changing images, illustrations, photos, or design changes which have an impact on the user's interaction with a UI or screen. So preferences tests, for instance, can be applied to help the designer to take decisions between various proposals. Getting the next one. To the next screen. Minor usability problems. Here you see like the flat tire, right? Researcher validating a UI, schema flow based on heuristics. And this analysis usually creates enough insights which helps the designer to fix the minor usability problem. Maybe clickstream analysis also provide additional info. The researcher providing benchmark solutions could help to the designer to move on when feeling stuck. You know, since the researcher's effort is minimum, the task can be fulfilled whenever during a sprint. You don't have to plan a lot ahead to solve a minor usability problem, right? It always depends on the researcher's workload, solving a minor issue. But usually, you know, from 1 week to the other, these are easily to solve. Let's go to the next one. Major usability problems. And there you see, this is already like an accident, right? So it usually requires deeper investigation to validate why the problem occurred and how relevant it is for the rest of the users. So it usually requires qualitative and quantitative research methods, as we mentioned before, user testing, interviews, clickstream analysis. And you can also apply design sprint to include various stakeholders and areas. This takes time, and the challenge often is not your capability to apply a method or a set of methods, but the duration and synchronization of the moment when to research. You know? Since this takes probably like 1 to 2 weeks, or could be even more, this is something that you really, really have to synchronize with the rest of the team, because otherwise, you know, you will have results and everything is already gone, like the feature which was broken. So this needs synchronization with the rest of the stakeholders. Let's get to the next one. And here you see the catastrophe. You know, every research method should be taken account. This is when people get hurt. This is when everything breaks down. You need surely design sprints and a lot of insights to know what happened. This is probably the case where most time is being needed, right? But usually also like 1 or 6 weeks, you get things done. It is funny because sometimes, obviously, there are small things that do not need a lot of development that can solve usability catastrophe. Sometimes it's a text change, right? But it's not the regular case. Usually, it's an architecture problem, navigation problem, and this takes more time, and the research is more profound. So this is pretty much what I preferred. So this is my thank you. There you see my Twitter. I promise if you follow me up on Twitter, I only talk about user experience, design, research stuff on my Twitter. I don't put in politics. I don't put in or why I'm angry with the cable provider. So see that there are not a lot.
Well played.
But it is UX only. So this is my presentation about research. I hope that there are a lot of that I could respond to a lot of questions that you guys have or had. But I'm still obviously open to follow up with some more questions if you want to.
Great. So I have one for you. Given that you spoke to this not just in testing, but the broader topic of research, all the way from a simple thing as a basic Google form, all the way to A/B testing and usability testing and different devices, different networks, and that kind of a thing. In stage one, what advice would you give to a developer who is now starting out on a development? What basic research tools should that developer use, and what should they focus on, let's say, like for MVP, for, let's say, app or website or that kind of thing?
Good question. Because it's the same question that people often ask, like, do you have to be an expert on research to do research? And no, you don't. And what I would recommend to the developer is, first of all, look at your benchmark, look at your competitors. What do they have in the market already? What is the mental model of your future clients, right? Be sure that you know what kind of people will use your product, your code, right? Before writing one line of code, know that who you want to talk to, like who is your segment, and then look for a conversation. And then again, in research for a long time, there was this one thing that everyone said: if you do user interviews or conversations, don't talk to your friends or to your families because they are biased. It's bullshit. You can talk to your friends. To be honest, like, you can talk to your friends.
Right.
The only thing that you have to make sure is, well, two things you have to make sure. One, that they represent your target, right? You can do this. You can talk with your friends, with your families. That's all good. But they have to represent your target. And the second thing, what you have to do is you have to try not to sell your idea. So you want to have a conversation.
Got you.
Where you want to try to figure out if seriously your proposal that you have is in a good context. And you're asking about the context when you talk about the people. If you talk to a friend, but don't tell him that this is the best idea that you had in life to create a startup and whatever. Just figure out if this product would be relevant for your friend, but not being a friend, but because of the use. Is that an answer to your question?
Right. Yes. It's cool. It's a straight, direct answer. That I think no, because we have developers who would look back at this recording at some point, and we really want, like, don't overcomplicate a simple thing. It's not difficult. Here are these practical examples that I could implement tomorrow and next week when I start my new product. Thanks very much, Mike. With all the difficulties that we encourage. I know you said on Twitter you wouldn't talk about your cable provider and the quality of service that they provide to you. I assume you'll hold to that commitment.
I will. I will.
And I'll definitely follow you on Twitter to make sure that you hold to that commitment. All right. Thank you very much for your time.
If I don't fulfill, feel free to message me right away.
Yes.
And also this, like, seriously, what is really important for me, for you guys in the Caribbean, if you do have questions, if you want to follow up the conversation, please contact me, because you can write me, you can message me on Twitter, and I will look for the time to answer you, to help you out, because it's important to me a lot.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate the resource. Let's get ready for my brother Akeem from Trinidad, who is coming up next to present us. Good afternoon.
Hey man, what's up?
I'm good, my brother. How are you?
I'm all right. Just trying to figure out sharing my screen.
Trying to figure out sharing your screen. All right, this is good. This is why we're here. Yeah. So if you can try to share your screen, let's see.
1 second.
See what happens. So Akeem, while you're doing that, quick question: how you got started in tech?
It's an interesting story, but it started off in secondary school. Back then, my mom got a grant to get a computer, 0 interest, so that was cool. You get a computer, you didn't get internet, so
wow. What computer it was?
I don't even remember. It was like a custom built computer. It wasn't even a brand name computer. But my secondary school was kind enough to, make it easy for a young man like me to appropriate their password in the dial up days. And, the rest is history. So
right. Good. And one more question before we get into the video.
Sure.
What do you do? What's your daily routine like? Where you work, or startup you involved in, that kind of thing, for those persons?
Right. So I run my own company, Wipala. So and it's a decent sized team. We work with a lot of startups in the US, and we work on a lot of products here in Trinidad as well. One of our biggest clients is a fintech out in New York. So our day typically starts with a stand-up where we talk about what we need to get done. As you can imagine, working for a startup out in New York, it's pretty fast-paced, and it has a lot of challenges with it. So we have to be pretty on point with everything that we do.
Right. I see you're set. Are you going to use slides, or are you going to?
Yeah. So apparently, first time I've been accused of being too soft. So I guess that's a good thing. So I will give my presentation live.
All right. Good. So go ahead, do it live, and afterwards we'll have some questions.
Sure. So thanks everyone for joining. My name is Akeem Philbert. I'm the founder of Wipala, as I mentioned, a technology solutions company based in Trinidad, and we also operate out in New York as well. And today I'm going to be talking about passing the test, testing in software development. First of all, why even bother testing? Well, testing saves lives. That's correct. If you in avionics, for example, you're legally required to test the software that you write. The more software has become prevalent in everything that we do, whether it's in appliances, it's in a light switch. So the need for that software to perform as expected is much greater than a few years ago. Testing also saves time. Developers spend a lot of time not just testing their code, but compiling code, going through that code, trying to fix things. If you had automated tests, you'd spend less time during your development. And whenever you save time, you save money. Testing also helps keep customers that would be typically scared away by buggy software. At Wipala, we practice test-driven development, or TDD. And what that means is we write our tests before we write our code. This allows or forces our developers to think through what they need to do to fulfill a certain feature request. It also helps developers identify dependencies early on in development and touch base with their team members. Now, there are different types of tests. We have unit tests, we have integration tests, we have end-to-end tests, we have smoke tests, we have performance tests, and we'll go through each in turn during the course of this presentation. Unit tests are basically automated tests that ensure sections of your application functions as you would expect. It's one of the most popular type of tests. So if you do a search for testing in software, this is what typically comes up. It's one of the most beneficial. Now, this is an example of a unit test for a request handler for one of the applications that we're working on now, We Tutor. And this test helps ensure that the request that comes in is sent to a downstream service, which is mocked, and then it redirects the user to a different URL once complete. Now, this test introduced two concepts that you need to be familiar with in unit testing: test fixtures and test mocks. Test fixtures is really you setting up your application to a known state, because that's a key concept in unit testing. You set your application up to a known state, and then you check against expected results. So in this instance, I have a HTTP request that I recorded using some custom code that we wrote, and I sent it using Postman. This test fixture, I could change the values and use in other unit tests in my test suite. Test mocks is where you put a stand-in for live code that might reach out to an external service. So if you're running a test suite, you don't want negative behavior from a third-party API. Maybe the API goes down. You don't want that to affect your own test results because you're looking at your unit that you're testing. So what you do is you create mocks to simulate the response from those services to use in your test. In this example, we have the call to the downstream service mocked, and the response below, right here where it says new JSON response, is a mock response that we can leverage in our test to make sure that our bits of code reacts to that response correctly. Now, there are some challenges with unit testing. One of the things starting off is just knowing how small is too small. To be honest, the rule of thumb is test the critical parts of your code that you feel worth testing. The other thing to note is that it can influence the architecture of your application, because in the example I used talking about mocks, you have to swap out that code, that live code, with the mock code. And it's often easier to be able to do this if you're using a dependency injection software or framework rather, or if you write your code with inversion of control in mind. There are a few tools to help you with unit testing. Go, our language of preference these days, provides language level support. PHP has PHP units. JavaScript has quite a few libraries. I tend to use Jest, but there's quite a few frameworks, Mocha, Chai, etc. And then Java, you have JUnit. This isn't a comprehensive list by any stretch. You can check out the link at the bottom of this slide to see a fuller list of frameworks. The next set of tests that we're going to be talking about is integration tests. Now, these are tests that help ensure your modules work well together. As an example, if you have a tutor request come in with information, you want to make sure that when it comes in, it gets saved correctly in the database. This is an example of integration test. I know the text might be a little bit tiny, but what we have here is at the top, we have a repository that saves the information, and then lower in the code, we actually make a live request to the database to make sure that information was saved correctly. So some of the challenges with integration tests are that you're spinning up resources to run these tests. That might mean spinning up a database. It might mean spinning up a Kinesis stream. And running that on your laptop might be expensive in terms of memory and the resources on that machine. Because it's more resource intensive, these tests tend to run a bit slower than unit tests, particularly when you run them as a part of a test suite. Some tools to help with integration tests include Docker, and Docker is good generally for virtualization, and we use it a lot to simulate the environments that we're going to deploy our code to. In particular, we use Docker test for Go, which as a part of the running of the Go test suite will spin up a database, load your fixtures, everything, and then take it down at the end of the test. This is helpful to us because those tests continue to count to the test coverage of our test suite. The next set of tests that we're going to look at is end-to-end tests. And this is where we ensure our user flows work correctly. In this example, we have a user flow of a tutor creating their profile. And some challenges with end-to-end tests similar to integration tests, where you have to spin up resources. The running of these tests could be expensive, but you also have the additional challenge because it touches the presentation layer, and it's in your presentation layer or your UI changes often in response to feedback from your customers, from your creative director. So as a developer, you find yourself having to maintain these tests regularly. Some tools to help with end-to-end tests include Selenium. This is an oldie but a goodie. It's a virtual browser, and it allows you to send simulated browser events to your application. Detox for React Native is very handy. And Cypress is one that I came up on as I was preparing for this presentation. Another set of tests that is important are smoke tests. These tests are particularly helpful when you are leveraging a continuous integration and deployment pipeline. These tests make sure that whenever you do a deploy, you quickly test certain key features of your application. Some challenges with smoke tests include sending test data into a production environment. Feels a bit icky, but it's worth it. And also kind of getting your application to a known state in production is also a challenge, because remember, you have customers using the product at the same time because you're running these tests against your live environment. Some tools that would help in smoke tests would be Jenkins, which is our preferred CI/CD orchestrator of choice. But to be honest, anything that you use to orchestrate your deploy, I'm pretty sure it will allow you to set up tests as a part of the pipeline. The other test that is worth looking at are performance tests, right? So you don't wait for that big shout out on Twitter to then realize that, hey, I can't handle all that amount of attention. So performance test is where we check the behavior of the system under heavy load, right? So you want to make sure everything you send some water through the plumbing and see how the application behaves. Some challenges with performance tests include having to set up a separate environment, but yet have that environment be representative of what you're running in production. So you don't want to run performance tests in your live environment because you're looking for the weak link in the system, and you don't want your customers to have a bad experience. So you typically have to set up a different environment but still have it mirror what you have going on in production. Another challenge with performance tests is a lot of developers, they just flood the system with requests. That doesn't really give you a representative idea of how the system will behave under load. What really happens in the real world is you get sustained traffic over a period of time. So what you want to do is maybe run a test where you're sending 10 requests per second over a sustained period, and then you get a sense of how your system will perform in a real world situation. Some tools to help with performance tests include Apache's JMeter and Locus, which is written in Python. At Wipala, we have a tool that one of our developers wrote that we use for our own tests. But to be honest, it doesn't really matter what language your performance test tool is written in, because it's external to the application that you're going to be testing. So a Go app could very well use a Python performance tool. So a lot of people, the benefits of testing, but it's tricky to understand where to begin. I would recommend try writing a unit test for one or two of your functions, a few key methods, and kind of get a feel for it. Then work your way up to writing integration tests where you get a sense end to end that things are working. And integration tests really give you that comfort that you're pretty sure it'll work when you put them together. I would also advise, don't worry too much about test coverage. Our rule of thumb at Wipala is about 70% test coverage, and you typically get that just by doing test-driven development. Also, don't get frustrated. That's the biggest thing, because I've been familiar with testing and the benefits of testing for a while, but when we were doing PHP, for example, that's one of those languages that doesn't really lend itself well to testing. And part of the reason is that in PHP, every request you're wiring up nearly the entire application. So what happens is when you build a test suite, that bootstrap code gets run for every test, and your test suite tends to run very slowly. Another issue with testing in PHP sometimes is you often use a framework, and the boundary between your code and the framework code are blurred a bit at times. So don't get frustrated. We found it much easier to get into testing with Go. Python is pretty easy as well, just because of the way those languages are structured and what they provide. And that's pretty much it. So all these techniques help produce a new service that we have coming on with Tutor. And it also helped us because we have a few junior developers that recently joined the team. So it gives us that comfort of letting them come on into a new project and run with it, because we have enough tests in place. Anything goes wrong, they'd be notified, we'd be notified. And it gives them the confidence to make changes in code that they inherited. And that's it.
Excellent. This is really good. I have some questions, but joining us here would be Joel Dean. He's going to take us into the next session. So Joel, let me bring Joel in. Hi, Joel. Joel, we are not hearing you. Um, in in the meantime, Akeem, um, what were some of your initial challenges when you got into to testing?
Yeah, the I think one of the things is you typically try to jump into testing with an existing code base. And even if you're good at testing, that's usually pretty tricky, I would admit,
Yeah.
because you've already written the code and stuff like that. And I think,
Mhm.
I'll try to answer Karan's question as well. So it is, it was harder to retrofit it. That said, when you're starting a new project, it's much easier. And it even helps the startup of a new project because, as I said, it's something I'm even doing today because I was starting work on a Chrome extension. And it is like sitting down and thinking, it forces you to think through what I really want to do, what pieces it's going to
Yes.
touch. Um, I think, yeah, backing into it is hard. But once you start with a new project, it's okay. You still suffer from that. A lot of developers suffer from that blank page syndrome, where it's like the world is your oyster. Where do I begin?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Kind of help cut through that. It helps cut through because what I do is I would write my test function and then
Mhm.
I would write things in to do statements so that I sort of order my thoughts.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm, mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could share some thoughts about testing legacy code. So at WordPress, the code bases that I help to maintain are over 10 years old. So there's a lot of legacy code that exists that needs testing. And one of the main principles that have like helped our team to start more test-driven development is a lot of principles about like breaking dependencies.
Okay.
So that's one of the most important things that restricts testing and testability. When a component is touching too
Mhm.
many different dependencies, and it's hard to
Right.
test a particular unit. So being able to master the concepts of like refactoring, and in terms of just getting a team to get started with test-driven development, one of the things I say to that point is to just ensure that you are testing something that's breaking a lot and something that takes the effort, because testing does take a lot of effort. It does take away a lot of time. Hence, I really commend Akeem for even just talking about the amount of coverage that you're supposed to have. Like, it
Yeah,
might
the
not be a
percentage.
good business use case to have over 100% coverage in a given
Right.
moment. So keeping a good balance is something that's like very important.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess more specifically to Karan's question, I would recommend that if you have someone who is familiar with the test driven, pair them with somebody who's now learning. That's one of the things that we do at Wipala. So the a mentor will write the test, the programmer will fulfill it, and
Mhm.
another good technique is you use the minimal amount of code approach where you write
Mhm.
a basic test, then you write the minimal amount of code to get that test to pass, then you update the test and see it fail, and then you write a minimal amount of code to get the test to pass again, and you keep going like that until before you know it, you end up with a pretty comprehensive test.
Right. This is a an excellent discussion. Um, uh, Tell me something. What do you see are some of the pain points why we don't see developers in the region really doing extensive testing, and you see government websites breaking down.
It's a good question.
If we gonna be real, let's do it. Let's address the elephant head on. I tried to ask it earlier, I think, to Kadeen and Mike, and I'm asking it again because it's something that I myself struggle with, because you have their deadlines, and I also see
exactly
in other products. So I want to first confess my own sins. I get solution.
You want to go?
Well, I think
you can go.
Sure. So I think in the first place, it depends on the type of, it might be driven by the type of applications that are being built. So remember earlier I said that end-to-end tests are actually harder to do. The example you gave is a website, so writing tests for just doing a website is actually kind of tricky because changes happen a lot. So that might be one reason. Also, the perceived time it takes, right? So we found it did double, the time that you would take to write a certain piece of code. If you thought it was an hour, we had a rule of thumb. It's like, look, count for another hour to write that test. But the thing is, it's hard to explain, I imagine, to a lot of managers and stuff like that. You get that time back. Because when you're done with that piece of code, you're done. You're very sure it works through and through, and you won't have to revisit it. And you're sure that if any changes come up, you won't need to spend a lot of time doing regression testing or manual regression testing because you have a test suite. So to get companies to make that upfront investment is probably a challenge a lot of developers face in the region.
Okay. So it's more of a business issue rather than a practical technology issue.
It's a bit of both, to be honest, because I guess even the businesses is a tricky one, because it's hard to say you're going to spend more time, but businesses here are less, less, attentive about tracking the qualitative aspect, quantitative aspect of the work. Because we track everything at WePala, so it's easy for me to explain to clients boom, this is where you're going to see the savings, and so on. So I think there's just a lot of things at play, and I don't think it's hey, developers don't want to do it. It might be you're looking to start in the wrong place. Again, end-to-end tests are hard, and getting the buy-in to give them that support to, hey, I'm going to try this, I'm trying to be better. That I feel like might also be a regional issue.
Great. All right. Thank you very much, Akeem. I am now going to take my leave and pass it on to my brother from Jamaica, Joel, who's going to take you up until our panel this afternoon, with carrying on and introducing the other speakers as they come. Gentlemen, thank you.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem.
Before you go, there's a comment from Navish Ramdial. The main reason the government.
And another thing. A lot of companies, especially in the beginning, I remember, when I was out in New York years ago, it was huge QA teams. So, I guess the region hasn't caught up to that aspect, but they certainly have US that automated testing is a little bit more efficient, a lot less time consuming than manual testing. And as such, it makes sense to invest in the skills to do the automated testing. Because even though doing the manual QA seems like, hey, we're under the gun, let somebody take a look at it, they're going to miss stuff, and they miss a ton of stuff.
Right, good. So, Joel, over to you.
Yes. All right. Thanks, everyone, for tuning into this session. Next, we will have Kiran with basically talking about the basics of testing in Angular. So we're really happy about all the testing focus on that are taking place today. I'm a big proponent of testing, so I'm really happy that the community is putting in this work. All right, over to you.
All right. So, well, thanks a lot for having me at DevFest 2020. First of all, just confirm that you could hear me, right?
Yes, hearing you
Yes.
clearly.
Okay. Well, a little bit about me before the video. Currently, a software engineer at Caribbean Airlines. So I help them to develop enterprise-grade solutions for in-house applications as well as public-facing applications. So in addition to that, I'm also pretty active on Twitter. I have and I write a lot of articles on Angular. One of the most recent goals moving forward, something that I still want to achieve, is actually becoming a Google developer expert in Angular, because it's really my preferred framework of choice. But I do dabble in other technologies from time to time, like Docker and at one time Elixir and stuff like that. So that's pretty much all about me for so far. I guess we could start the video. My name is Kiran Bisudiyal, and this is my very first talk on the basics of testing in Angular. If you want to know more about me, you could follow me on Twitter or look at the many Angular articles that I publish on dev.to. Now, testing in Angular is somewhat of a daunting task for most developers, but I'm going to run through the fundamentals with you so that you can start testing your very own Angular applications. Now, Angular makes this easy for us by including a bunch of libraries and tools at our disposal. So Jasmine is a behavior-driven development testing framework. Karma allows our tests to be run in a browser environment. So this is useful if you want to do UI testing, so changing CSS classes, colors, and whatnot. Angular also comes with its own testing modules, so HTTP client testing module, router testing module, and so forth. And Angular even takes us one step further by pre-generating all of the test files that we need for our components, services, pipes, and whatnot. So we don't have to worry about actually setting up our code to test. We have to just focus on actually writing the test itself. Now, to demonstrate this, we're going to be testing a simple to-do list. And I know a to-do list is really generic, but it provides a really solid base for understanding the fundamentals. So this to-do list is nothing special. We could mark an item as complete or incomplete. We can add or delete an item. And by default, this list starts off with 3 items. So I have the application built already, and we're going to be starting off with no test written. So if you want to follow along, you can check out the link on the left-hand side. But if you want to look at the entire application and all the tests that are already written, then you could check out the link on the right-hand side. So we have the application being served here with 3 default tasks. Now what we could do, we could mark items as completed or not. We could delete items, and we could add items to the list as well. And if we refresh the page, we're going to end up with these 3 default tasks as well. Now this is serving the application. If we want to test the application, we open a new console window and we type npm run test. And what this would do, this would actually rebuild all of the code so that it could launch into Karma. Is going to launch the Karma itself, which is the browser environment, and then it's going to run all our Jasmine tests. So we just wait for that. I just resize the window here. And what we could see is we have 3 tests that run. We have 2 tests that pass in the app component and 1 test that pass in the task component. And we're going to be focusing on the task component. So before we get started on actually writing some tests, I want to take a look at the component file so we would know exactly what we're testing. So we can see that there are 3 default tasks when the application starts. There's a function for toggling the status of a task. We can delete an item from the list of tasks given an ID, and we can add a task to the list. I would just populate this new task with dummy data for the sake of keeping the presentation short and simple. Now that we know the functions that we want to test, we could go back into our test file and we could create a new test suite. And we create a new test suite by using a describe block. We give it a name. I'm going to name mine data manipulation. And inside of the callback function, is where we're going to write our group of tests. So we will put all our tests inside of the describe block. A single test is an it block. And we want to start off by testing that it should successfully add a task to the list. Now, let's think about it for a moment. When we add a task to a list, we would expect that the length of the task after should be one more than the length of the task before. Right? So we could just put that in some comments here. The length of the list after should be one more than the length of the list before. And to do that, we could actually access our component directly. So we can get the number of tasks currently in component.task.length. We could run the add function. We could run the add task function. And now we could get the new length after the task was added. So now that we have the length before and we length after, we could put our expectation block where we would say that the new tasks, the new length of tasks should be one more than the number of tasks before. And if we save that and we run, Jasmine is gonna run all the tests again, and we would see that the test has passed. So we was able to successfully add an item to the list. But what if we want to test deleting an item from a list? Well, I have the test written already. I'll just paste it here. And in this case, we would expect that when we delete an item from a list, the length of the list after should be one less than the length of the list before. Right? So if we save that and we run it, now we see that that test would pass as well. So we're able to add and delete a task successfully. But what about when an ID isn't properly supplied to the delete function? We are deleting an item by ID, but what if the ID is invalid? We could write a test for that as well. And in my case, I don't want to do anything when an invalid task ID is supplied. Your function might be different. You might want to throw an error. You might want to display something on the screen. But in my case, I don't want to do anything. So I would put -1. I would supply -1 for my component, for my delete function. And when we save it, and we see that the test has actually failed. So it means that the length is not the same. Because if it is, we say that it shouldn't do anything when deleting an invalid task. The length before and after running the function should be identical. In this case, it's not. It means that something is wrong with our function. So we need to actually go back into the component code and fix that. And the fix is pretty simple. We would just say that if it is, we don't detect a task for that particular ID, we would just return. So in other words, if it is the item does not exist in the list, then we would return. Right, we would save it and we would run. And now the test has passed successfully. Now there's one more thing I want to test, and that would be changing the status of a particular task. How we could toggle between completed or incompleted. And in this case, we would just grab a particular task, we would grab the state, and then we would run the toggle status function for that particular task. Before, it should be one status, and after, it should be the opposite of that status. So the state before should be the opposite of the state afterwards. We would save this and we would run. And this would be how we would test all the basic functions. So in addition to testing the functions of a component, Angular allows us to test the UI of a component as well. And these would be things like CSS classes, color, or even the inner text of elements. So we have to remember that the data inside the component is actually reflected by the HTML. So when we change data in the component, we can actually test our UI to see if our UI behaves as we expect it to behave. So if we take a quick look at the component, we see that there's a header at the top, there's today's task, and there is a div of class item card And we also see an ng4. This is Angular's way of saying take an array, iterate through it, and every element of that array, we can actually use that to display information. For every one of these item cards as well, we would see that the border top would change color based on whether the task is completed or not. The background color of the ribbon, that's the little red or green strip that you see at the top, that would change based on whether the task is completed or not. And we also have the content and the actions. So we can actually go over to our test file and we can create a new test suite using the describe function, and I'll call this UI manipulation. And inside our callback function will be our first test. Now, when I'm testing UI, I like to start off by testing the defaults. So in our case, we know that it should start off with 3 default tasks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call fixture.debug element.query all. We're going to query the element itself by CSS, and we are going to query item card. So that is going to grab all the elements from the UI of that class, and we would expect that there will be 3 item cards. And we would save the test and run it, and we would see that the test would pass. Now, that's not the only thing. We would notice that for every single one of these cards, the background color of the ribbon at the top should be red, and the toggle button should have the inner text of done, meaning the task is currently incompleted, and we could click that button for the task to be completed. So we want to put that code in as well. And we save, and we run the code, and the test passed as well. Now, I actually want to do a test that we did before, but I want to test the UI this time. I want to test if it should display one more card when an item is added. Now, if we go back up a little bit, we would see that we already tested the functionality of that. We already tested that in the data manipulation test suite. But what we would have tested was the data inside of the component. In our UI manipulation test suite, I'm actually going to look at the CSS. So I'm going to call component.addTask, and we have to call fixture.detectChanges. Now, the fixture is simply a way for us to access the instantiated HTML of the component itself. And fixture.detectChanges, it allows us to trigger Angular change detection. Anytime data is changed in the component, Angular triggers its change detection cycle so that it would render those changes onto the UI. And that usually happens automatically. But because we are in a testing environment, Angular gives us a very granular level of control. So we could call that change detection function whenever we want. So when we do component.addTask, it would add the task to the array. We need to trigger the change detection. And now we would expect that there will be one more element that has the class item card. So before we know there were 3, and now we should expect that there would be 4. So we save, and we run the code, and that test should pass as well. Now we could do something very similar for when an item is deleted. I have that test written already. I'll just paste it here. So we would delete an item. We would do fixture.detectChanges, and then we would expect that there are 2 elements that have the class of item card as opposed to 3. Now, the last thing I want to test would be if it properly renders the changes when an item is marked as completed. Now, in the background, in other words, in the component itself, is just a Boolean value that is changed. But on the UI, on the front end, there are 2 things that happened. The red strip at the top of the task box, that changes to green. And the text inside of the button, it changes from done to uncheck. So those are the 2 things we want to test. So we would grab the first task, we would toggle the status, and we would do fixture.detectChanges. So now the changes should be reflected on the UI, and it's just for us to grab the element, and query the CSS to get the styles of the ribbon and the toggle button. And we would make sure that it's green and unchecked respectively. And we would run, and now the test would pass. And that's it for the basics of testing. In Angular, we would have learned how to test the logic of a component as well as its UI, and we even encountered change detection. Now, Angular itself is very, very deep, and this only serves as the fundamentals to go forward into many other areas of testing, such as testing your services, dependency injection, HTTP, routing, and so forth. But hopefully, this would have been a really good stepping stone for you to move forward into those other areas. All right, thanks a lot for listening. Remember, you could find me on Twitter and on dev.to, where I publish both basic and advanced Angular articles. So see you later, everyone. Take care.
Awesome talk. I really enjoyed it. And just how the testing examples were really easy to follow in terms of just being able to mount a component and basically simulate the different behavior that needed to be verified. Good job.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Well, that's one of the things that I really enjoy about Angular.
Yes,
it's really even though it might look like a lot of boilerplate code to get started, it really makes it possible to pile components on top of each other, just like building.
Yes.
Because the architecture is so well thought out, it's very easy to test everything, swap out a component.
Yeah, proper separation of concerns and such forth.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons why I still use it primarily.
Yes. Understood. All right, we're checking to see if we have any questions because we want to run on schedule and from a time standpoint. So it seems so far we don't have any other questions. So thanks, Karun, for this session. We will be heading into our next session, which is Business Meets Development by Karan and Nivash. Please, I'm sorry if I mispronounce any names. I'm not good with pronouncing names sometimes. So I'm really thankful for everyone that's here at this session today. I'm really proud of all of the talent, the raw talent that is being shown in the region, and how we are building software at the scale of our Silicon Valley counterparts. So we're talking about performance testing, end-to-end testing, unit testing using all the different frameworks such as Angular and React. And, we have had sessions about design thinking, digital marketing. We're covering all spectrums of the tech field overall. So, all right, Nash is here. Hey, how are you doing today?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Excited to hear your talk today. So yes, I'm going to turn over to you to just introduce yourself again. Just introduce yourself to the audience, and you can get going. All right.
Awesome. So I think my co-host Kern is missing. He'll be joining us a bit later. But about me, I'm Nivash Ramdayal. I am a solutions architect at iGovTT, and most of you all might know me as Nash. And today we'll be talking about introducing a new development team into an already established company and the process and some of the lessons we learned along the way. So I hope you guys enjoy the talk, and we look forward to getting your feedback. Good day, everyone. Welcome to Business Meets Development. I am Nivash Ramdayal, and with me today is
Kern Elliott. Okay. So it starts off with an idea. And just for presentation purposes, what we will do is that we will name the organization that we're speaking about Andros. And Andros, in speaking to many of their customers, what happens is that they're getting many development projects that they are getting every once in a while. So unique development projects that are unique to each one of their customers. And to fulfill these requests, they actually go out to consultants and or freelancers. So the idea was, maybe we should try and have a development team in-house so that we'll be able to fulfill these requests without having to pay exorbitant fees from consultants or freelancers. And as such, we'll also be able to support and maintain these applications. However, due to the structure of Andros, they were unable to hire an actual development team within their company structure. So what they did was actually hire some interns straight out of university.
So when Andros came to us with their idea and their vision for the project, we went out and started gathering requirements with the different stakeholders, partners, and divisions within Andros that would be able to help and contribute into making this project a reality. Now, even though we gathered some requirements earlier on, we quickly realized that these requirements were not customer-centric. In fact, they were purely business-centric, and even though they were solid for the business, it still felt like part of the puzzle or something just wasn't right. On top of this, it lacked critical details and information, leaving a lot of pieces of the project up to interpretation to the developers and other segments of the business on how the project should actually look, feel, and function.
And not having proper requirements gathered, what happened during the mock-up stage, which followed right after gathering these requirements, is that everyone didn't have the same vision for the product. So there were many different iterations of these mock-ups, as each person that it needs to get approval from had different ideas of how the application would function, what features would be involved, and who would actually be the persons interacting with these applications day by day. So what happened is that every day, more and more iterations of the mockups were done. And what that did is eat into our time significantly in terms of time being spent in redefining and adjusting these mockups to ensure that they met the expectations of both the executives and the development team.
Once we were finally able to settle on a mockup and settle on a flow for the applications, it came time to pick a technology. And picking a technology for any application is no easy task. It's a very complex process that has to take into account different factors of the technology. For us, it meant taking into account the skill level and the expertise the developers brought to the table, while also keeping in mind that we were on a very, very strict timeline in that the time to actually develop the applications and the time in which the company retained the developers all had to be done within a year. In addition to this, while Andros was new to development, it was an already established business with their own culture and processes. So it means we also had to cater for what the company was familiar with and what they were able to move forward with. In the end, we had to compromise, and it was decided that the developers should stick to the business practices and use what the business was already familiar with, since they would be the one maintaining the application moving forward.
So based on this information, how will we then create a timeline? At this point in time, Andros had no idea in terms of the skill level of the team. And without knowing the skill level of the team, they will have to now figure out, do they have enough expertise in terms of building these applications in a short space of time? Is it that they will have to learn an entirely new stack? Is it that they'll have to adapt to a whole new unfamiliar environment? And of course, being a business that's in operation, there will also be emergency projects that they may have to go on to. So therefore, a timeline that was first given to the executives was not a realistic one, as none of these questions can actually be answered before a timeline was delivered. As such, what needed to be done is that we had to start assessing our resources. And basically, when we started this assessment, what we discovered is that not every one of these interns were strong in terms of coding. Some had various experiences when it came to either project management, business analytics, UAT, testing, many other different phases. So in reality, instead of having 5 developers, what we built the timeline on, we actually had 2 developers, and everyone else were actually split up to be able to do such like documentation and the other aspects that I spoke about before. Therefore, what needed to happen is that there was a need to manage some of these expectations when going out to the executives. And what it was told to them is that the first set of timelines that we actually put forward was unrealistic. This is because we planned it on a 5-man team, when in actual reality it was a 2-man team. And of course, we also had to put forward to them that not everyone within this development team is a designer, and that a designer was actually something that's totally different from a developer and the skill set. And as such, these expectations will now have to be given to the managers. And as such, having these new expectations, a new timeline can actually be built.
For the developer's perspective and the developer point of view, it created an interesting dynamic within the team, as now we were learning a new technology stack while also building a pretty large production enterprise application. In addition to this, we also had less developers than we first anticipated, since, as Kern pointed out, not everyone on the team was able to code at the level of working on a large-scale production application. Resources were sometimes better in documentation, UAT, and other areas of the project, but not necessarily programming.
Managing people workload. Pressure dog. This is because the business analysts had to learn how to manage the workload of the developers. As they were new to this enterprise culture, we had to avoid giving them too much of a workload so that we can avoid burnout, ensure that morale stayed high, as low morale and low engagement is not good for any project, whether development or otherwise. We also know that developers have a way of, when they get to figure out some stuff, they would not relent in trying to get a particular aspect of the application finished. So we also had to manage their workload in terms of the crazy hours that they might sometimes work on. So that crazy hours, we also had to manage those. And doing that or telling someone not to move forward with things that they're making progress with is very difficult. So what we had to do is actually bridge the gap and start doing some compromising in order to have these projects work as we expect them. The business had to better understand and manage the expectations of the executives and also of our customers. We had to also compromise and adapt to new technologies so that we can play on the strengths of the development team and not necessarily just on the strengths of what the business had. And of course, we had to maximize these resources as much as possible so that we can have these projects moving forward as expected. Lastly, what we should do is also break up these projects into different phases so that it doesn't seem as huge an enterprise application as expected.
And in breaking up these projects into multiple phases, something that we could have done on the development side is adopt the KISS methodology and change our approach to coding from always going for the newer method and new approach to just keeping it simple and just going with the bare minimum to get the job done while also not compromising on testing and other key factors of building and developing the application. So we found that a simpler approach often helped us reach a longer way in the project.
So I know this project sounds way off and that it was not, that no kind of progress was made on it or anything was accomplished from this project. But that's not entirely true. As the saying says, diamonds are made under pressure. And what happened is that this intern team actually started to step up their game in many different areas. Everyone evolved from how they were when they came in to what they are now. Whether they were better in terms of documentation, whether they understand the dynamic of business analytics and business analysis, whether it was developing requirements documentation, whether it was even doing UAT and testing. And even the developers themselves realized that under all the pressure that we had when there's deadlines and expectations, they can actually step up and actually become much better developers than they ever thought they can be before coming into Andros.
In the beginning, both the business and the development team were two separate entities. They were both on their own layers with their own set of cultures, practices, and their own methodologies of doing things. But as time progressed and as we both learned to work together and compromise with each other, both the business and the developers started blending together. And even though it took us about 7 to 10 months into the project, we were finally able to get to a place where we could work effectively with each other, bounce ideas off each other, and work in a way that benefited the project and helped us advance the timelines for both projects.
So what did we accomplish? Even though in the first half of this particular project, not much was accomplished, and there were a lot of back and forths and bickering between the different teams, the second half was much smoother. As I said, many of the developers, many of the interns actually stepped up their game and understood what it took to actually do enterprise development. Our documentation is second to none. Our architectures are second to
Apologies for that. Get out right back up.
not much was accomplished, and there were a lot of back and forths and bickering between the different teams. The second half was much smoother. As I said, many of the developers, many of the interns actually stepped up their game and understood what it took to actually do enterprise development. Our documentation is second to none. Our architectures are second to none. I also grew as a product owner in terms of understanding what a product owner needs to do to keep a project moving forward, in terms of making quick decisions, in terms of getting every aspect of the business to understand what the product vision is and make it one product vision across the entire company. And of course, understanding that breaking up a large project into different phases is actually key to helping persons keep engaged with the project and to accomplish the goal of having the applications available to customers. And at this point, we actually have one total application ready for customers to use, and one that is about 70% ready, where it's built in an agile way, where customers can actually use the first part of the application while the other part of it is being developed.
Now, in closing, we would like to leave you all with this quote. And the quote goes, "The riskiest thing that we can do is just maintain the status quo." And that is from Robert Iger, the former CEO and chairman of Disney. And we think this captures our journey perfectly. Had we all maintained the status quo and used the processes and technologies we were familiar with, we would not have been able to accomplish all that we did in the time that we did. Sometimes trying something new can seem painful and risky as it is unfamiliar. But if you stay the course, learn from your mistakes, and compromise, all with an idea of achieving a particular goal, the benefits will shine through in the end. And we definitely think that the approach we took is what allowed us to not only complete a full application, but also complete a second application to the point where now it's usable by customers and it can be rolled out to customers all within a 7-month period.
Thank you all for coming and listening to our talk on when business meets development.
So thank you all for coming to our talk. Does anyone have any questions?
For me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm double checking the questions to see if we have any actually for the chat. Well, we don't have any actual question, but I would like to ask you, like, how do you guys get into like this business? Are you explain a little bit the background around this?
And Ash, you go ahead. You could start first.
So how did it start? It started when Ken called me, and he was like, "Hey Nash, we're doing a development team. You should come and help us." But no, it actually started from last year. We did a competition to a business did a competition to get some developers to help them start a project and move the project forward. And it turns out we were all part of the team that won the competition, and we joined the business. And they pitched us the vision for the projects they wanted to do, and we took it from there. And Kern was our team lead and was our product manager, and the project kind of grew and evolved from there. So I think Kern could speak on the other half of that from their perspective, actually bringing us in.
Yeah, actually, when we first had the competition, the idea was that we were going to actually get a fully blown developed product, and even obviously that wasn't possible over the time frame that they had. So in eventual talks, discussions and stuff within the business, we realized that we want to hire these individuals for over a time period for about 11 months to see if we can actually finish the product and have it rolled out to customers to use. It sounds good in terms of the concept. What happened is that the actual execution wasn't as clean, but I mean, it's all in the learning, in terms of getting these things on board, as it's new to us also. So the good thing about learning about this entire process is that eventually we will have to do it again because we are coming out with another competition in the near future. So this entire process, I would say Nash's team was basically the guinea pigs in starting this whole new initiative for us.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, probably nowadays it's very different, as you guys already mentioned it. But I'm out of curiosity, how are you guys handling probably getting enough developers actually to help with the product development versus actually being able to pay those individuals?
Yeah, that's definitely a good question.
Let me see how to put that. Because they were brought in as interns, it was not a full-blown paid initiative. Not that they were not paid, that's not it. But they were more paid on a more trainee intern level. So it wasn't as difficult to get them in under that particular grouping, rather than trying to get them in as full-blown professional developers that would have been under the company structure. So in trying to change the company structure, which may eventually happen, as a possibility, but in terms of the initial part of it, no, it was really a internship type endeavor.
Yeah, we have a question around probably the development process. How you guys estimate stuff? Could you guys see it? Would you suggest using story points and this?
Yeah, so story points, we did that closer to the end. I think that was when we migrated towards Jira. We started using story points and assigning priorities to different issues. But I guess it comes down to just managing where you are and where you need to be. And story points are great for triaging your issues and giving them a priority to work on. So yeah, we definitely used it, but coming on closer towards the end of the project.
Yeah, I'm seeing a question here on the side here from Nicholas. Or do you think there's enough devs in government and technical leadership in government? Nasha can technically answer that question, but I'll just answer it via audio instead.
Give you best shot, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Are there enough devs in government at this point? I would say no. The way that Trans-Tobago government is set up at this point is more in terms of hiring, in terms of a consultant or actual company that focuses on development. So it's not very much was inside the idea of how government would have functioned to have a group of developers. However, as the economy is changing, as the ideas are changing, and as the government evolves and grows, especially going into this more digital age, I'm seeing a lot more persons looking out for developers to actually be part of their IT teams. So at this point, no, there isn't enough, but it's growing, and I expect it to be even a lot more in the years to come.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some interesting opportunities there in the very near future. So definitely keep your eye out there, and yeah, there's going to be some really cool things happening. Like Glenn said, we were the guinea pigs. So now that this guinea pig phase is over, the bugs and the kinks are going to be ironed out, and you're going to definitely see some more stuff happening. So definitely keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, awesome, guys. So it was a pleasure to having you. Actually, probably people will have many questions, like getting started with the business, everything else. Do you guys have a particular way how we can get in contact with you? Have any questions regarding processes and I don't know, whatever it is?
Yeah, as for getting in contact, both of us are pretty active on Twitter, so you can definitely reach out to us on Twitter. As for getting started with a business, I think Kern would have some insight there, as he recently was doing some stuff in that area.
Cool.
Well, in terms of getting started with a business, I don't think there's a proper or even a roadmap in terms of how to do it. I think the best thing I would say is just to get started. Is to just get something out there, and if you had to spend it within your friends and then within your colleagues and then into larger, then I would say that's the way to go. But it's better just to start than just to think about it, and try as much as possible not to invest too much when it comes to the financial investment. Not that you don't need it, of course you would, but upfront you need to be a little bit more mindful of the dollars being spent to ensure that the idea that you have can actually be executed and become a money-making business. So those would be my two pieces of advice to start with, if looking to start a business that's in development.
Yeah, and just adding to that a little it's always important to remember that while yes, you're developing your products and you want to perfect your product, it's also equally important to get user feedback on your product and not stay in that cycle of only building that product and refining internally. I think that's one of the pitfalls that we actually ran into very early on, and we had to break from that and actually go out and say, hey, this is what we're building. We'd like to get your opinion, your feedback on it. Also showing it to a user for the first time and their initial impressions and their initial thoughts on how they walk through the product. That's gold. You're never going to get that again. So getting those kind of feedbacks would actually go a long way in helping you refine and grow your business and your products.
Cool. Interesting. Yeah, it's a very nice topic to have. So thank you very much to be with us today. So I hope we can have you in the future. So yeah, thank you.
All right, sure.
Yeah,
Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you for having us. Okay.
See you next one. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Hi. Can you hear
Hi,
me?
hello. Yes,
Live.
hearing you.
Yeah, cool.
Hello,
So,
everyone.
yeah, probably I don't know. We should. I think we're on time, so we can probably you can introduce yourself or give us a little bit of background what you're doing today, and probably how do you get into this particular topic, like going remote. Probably that will be part of the talk, but just probably give us like a little bit of a sneak peek. What about we're going to be talking today? But yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So today my lightning talk is about going remote, and I give this from my experience working in a remote job. So I have been a web developer working for the past year and a month with a nonprofit based in the States called 350.org. And yeah, I wanted to share my experiences on how I was able to, well, one, change careers to become a web developer, plus end up embarking in a remote job, why I did that in the first place, and then give reasons why I think you should consider working remotely, and then just some tips that I hope will help you along the way to landing your dream remote job. So
yeah, awesome. I think we can go and start with our talk. Let's get it on.
Cool.
I think there's no audio. Yeah, I think there's no audio. I might have to reshare that. No.
An organization which is striving to keep fossil fuels in the ground worldwide. And I'm also the owner of my own business, Maven, where I build websites and web apps for creative small businesses and startups. And then I am the co-founder of a wonderful Slack community called Women in Tech Caribbean, along with Janika John, one of the other presenters from this year's DevFest. And in Women in Tech Caribbean, we are aiming to connect every single woman in tech from the Caribbean and Caribbean diaspora by networking, sharing opportunities with each other, as well as helping to elevate each other's voices. So if you are a woman in tech from the Caribbean and would like to learn more and join, I invite you to visit our website, womenintechcaribbean.com, to learn more. So before I became a web developer, I was first a geoscientist working in the Ministry of Energy, and I had been there for 7 years. And eventually, within those 7 years, I realized that perhaps geoscience was not for me. I started to learn things about myself where I realized that some of the things that I really enjoyed, that I did enjoy while being a geoscientist, was working with computers and visuals. But one of the things that I didn't like, I guess, so much about geoscience was that there was so much uncertainty. And I preferred a job where I guess there was more certainty, and especially where there was problem solving and creative problem solving at that in a visual way. And especially when in 2015, 2016, thereabouts, there was this huge global recession in oil and gas, and I saw a lot of my peers being laid off, I realized I really wanted a job with a lot of high job security as well. And then I started thinking more about like the kind of job that I suppose would best fulfill me and, meet some of these kind of criteria for me. And then I remembered web development, which is something I had briefly dabbled in, over the years back in 2013 when I had just started building a quick little website for myself. And I had really enjoyed that. And I had always wanted to learn more, but there was always, I was just always busy doing something. But at that point, I decided to invest more time into it and see if that was really something right for me. And then in my research, I saw some other things that I really liked. Web development tends to have high demand everywhere in the world. There's multiple career paths where you can either be like a full stack developer, front end, back end, DevOps. There's so many ways where you can specialize. And then, of course, there's always technology popping up all over the place. So it never gets old, it never gets boring. And that's one of the other things I liked as well, the sheer variety in this field. There's just so much to learn and so many different languages that you can decide to specialize in. And I always wanted that opportunity to work abroad, and I felt that web development might be able to help me to achieve that. And then there was this thing, that I started to learn about, especially in 2017, called digital nomads. So in case you're not familiar with that term, it just simply means where you can work and travel at the same time. And when I first learned about that, that really appealed to me. And I like the fact that web development, especially becoming a web developer, it's something you can easily take on the road with you and continue to travel and, fulfill your dreams of traveling and still earn an income at the same time. So how I did this, I first in 2017 started doing an online course on Udemy, which really, touched a broad number of subjects. And as I progressed through this course, I really started to feel like this is something that was really calling to me. Web development felt to me like a game, and there was always something new, some new problem to solve that felt like a game where you reach some puzzle and now you have to figure out how to get through it to get to the next level. So, I really enjoyed that about web development. And when I finished the program, there was so much that I learned, and I felt that as much as it was a really nice, course that touched on a lot of different aspects of web development. It, covered the surface a little bit, and I really wanted to delve deeper. So after doing more research, I, looked into like top languages that, employers were looking for, and I settled on delving further into JavaScript. So then I started to do my research into something called boot camps, and I decided for some reason that I wanted to go to Spain to study JavaScript. And so when looking at the top boot camps there, I settled on CodeWorks. I applied, I went through, the different interview stages, and I successfully got through. Then came to me quitting my job back in May of 2018, and I was really happy about that. Of course, sad to leave my coworkers behind, because of course they were wonderful. But I was really happy. It was something that I had wanted to do all along, to really find that job that was fulfilling to me, and I was happy that I was now on the path to doing that. And so I went to Spain and I studied in CodeWorks for 3 months, where I learned more like advanced concepts, and I started to build my own final projects. So this picture here is just me giving a presentation on one of the projects that I built. And I really had a lot of fun in CodeWorks. And once I finished, it was time to start looking for that dream job. Now, originally, I thought that I would first start on site. So I thought it would be really important to learn, on site in a company alongside other more experienced developers. And after maybe 2 years or so, then start looking for that remote job and become a digital nomad and so on. However, it turned out that finding a job in Barcelona ended up being more difficult. Of course, because yes, I'm not from the EU, so it meant that, of course, a company would have to sponsor my visa, and that was unfortunately a bit difficult to do. So after 6 months in Spain, I ended up coming home. However, I still really desired working for a company abroad as a web developer. So I decided to pivot, and then I decided to start looking for a remote job. So I started looking on different sites, and eventually I came across a job posting from 350.org, and the values and everything just seemed to really fit well, and I started to get a good feeling. And then after months in the hiring process, I thankfully was successful in obtaining a job there, and I've been there ever since. So why do I think you should consider working remotely? So if you're like me and you've always wanted the ability to work abroad for a company, but you want to get over that hurdle of having a company sponsor your visa, I think this is one of the best ways then to fulfill that dream, and it will be a win-win situation for you and the company who gets you. And then, of course, if you want to earn a higher salary. So I definitely think that if you work for a company based abroad, they are going to pay you a much better salary than if you were to, get a job here. So in my case, I first started as an independent contractor. So I was actually ended up being paid in US, and I was earning, way more than I would have here. And then when I eventually became part of staff, my salary did decrease, but it still was definitely much higher than what I would have been earning had I started in an entry-level position in Trinidad. So I would say if you're looking for more competitive salary rates, then a remote job abroad is the way to go. I also think if you prefer more flexible working hours. So for me, I know one of the things that kills me going to work every day, being from Chigona, is having to commute to Port of Spain every day, spend 2 to 4 hours in traffic every day. Worse yet, if there was an accident or something, like some rain, flooding, it's tiring, right? And then, of course, when you go to work, you have to stick to these set hours and you have to stay there for this amount of time. Whereas I think in a remote situation, it's more about the deliverables at the end of the day. Plus, you also get to name your working hours, which I thought was really great. And now I'm able to have a lifestyle where I can, I have a better work-life balance, and I really enjoy that about working at 350. And of course, it allows me to work at any location I choose. So once I got this job, I started looking again at companies where I could, work and travel abroad. In terms of travel companies that allow you to go to different destinations, and you get to go with others, and then you can work and travel at the same time. And so that was one of the things that I did early on this year. I went to Colombia, and I was, having a lot of fun there until I had to come back home when COVID hit. So these are some of the things that really appeal to me. But of course, you have to be aware that not all these rules might extend to worldwide. So some of them might still be landlocked to the US or Canada, or maybe just Europe. So that's one of the things that you'll have to look for when you're like filtering through different roles. And then of course, global competition. So of course, it opens up a wider playing field. So you're competing with others from all over the world. And then this just means that you have to show what really makes you stand out. And in the next slide, you'll see some of the ways where you can really stand out and some of the things that I think will help you. And then, of course, potentially less entry-level remote roles. So there's a chance that being an entry-level, if you're an entry-level developer, what have you, it might be a little bit harder to find some of these remote roles. But that said, I think it is still doable. There's still so many opportunities available worldwide that it's just really more about, being strategic, being creative in terms of where you search, where you look, and what you do to help yourself get ahead of other candidates. So one of the things, of course, is you need to have a killer CV. So make sure you have like all the, achievements and experience that, aligns with the company. Tailor your CV to the company that you're applying to. And of course, make sure that your LinkedIn profile reflects these same things. And better yet, if you can have persons on your network who can endorse the skills that are on the top of your list, and so on and so forth. For me, I also identified like some of the technologies that I was working with, and I think that helped me stand out as well. Recruiters were always messaging me and that sort of thing. So, you really have to make your profile very visible by using particular keywords that recruiters will look for. And then an online portfolio. So from the get, I, was putting all the projects that I was working on from the online course and from CodeWorks on my online portfolio to really help sell myself and showcase my expertise in web development. And then a cover letter. So when you're now writing your cover letter for that position, you'll start to see like some of the experiences that really align with that role and with the company. And that's one of the things I realized when I was writing my cover letter, how much some of my past experiences really aligned my values, how they aligned with the company. And it got me really excited and really positive and optimistic about the outcome. And then one of the other things that helped me, I think, was really identifying what values, I would like to see, what values I hold dear that I would like to see reflected in my ideal employer, as well as the ideal sectors that I would like to work in, and so on. And I think that really helps you to then hone in on the kind of companies that you would prefer to work at. So I find that helped me, like it helped making, my job search a lot easier in that regard. So yeah. Soft skills. So, I think, of course, I think some of the most important ones, of course, have to do with working, remotely, working on your own. So, of course, you need to have that self-motivation, self-management, independence, because you have to set your own priorities for the week or for the day, and, not rely on others being there with you or hovering over you to make sure you get your work done, And then support. So for me, like, I think having a mentor really helped. I had a wonderful remote job coach that helped me. And if you are interested, you can look at Your Dream Remote Job now on Facebook. It's a wonderful community. A lot of people who are very supportive about, always sharing different jobs and that sort of thing. And Fabri, the owner, is like very amazing with her tips that really confirmed to me what I felt would help me to be successful in landing a remote job. So I would suggest you check that out. And of course, having a wonderful network of family and friends. And one other thing I would recommend is really, sharing, your experiences, your progress in your career early on, so that your friends can, they are alerted to this, that you're looking for it, and then they could, recommend you to others who are probably looking for the kind of skills that you have, and so on. And then these are just some of the resources that I used. These are just some of the sites that I use, but of course they're not all. But these are a good starting point. And then unconventional resources, Facebook groups, Slack workspaces, your own network, of course, is very invaluable in your job search. And don't take that for granted. And then these are just some of the other resources that I use to help me progress in my web development career. So if this is something that you're interested in, you can take a look, and yeah, highly recommend them. And that's it. So if you would like to learn more, maybe ask me any questions, get in touch with me, you can do so on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and on my website. And I thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I think it's a very hot topic nowadays, and we are all probably the situation may change for the moment when you start working remotely, as it is right now. Can you tell us a little bit the differences that you see in probably from the how do you actually are able to search for jobs opportunities? What is going on right now during the pandemic versus what was before?
I think definitely because of the pandemic, we've definitely seen a trend of like larger companies that we know, like Facebook, Twitter, Quora, Slack, just to name a few, that are now offering this like remote policy to their staff. And definitely the group that I mentioned, I mean, I'm still active in the group, and I'm seeing a lot more offers being shared there. So I think definitely because persons have needed to start working from home, there are definitely more roles out there that are, tailored to working remotely more. Of course, there are still some jobs that require you to still be based in the States or Canada, but I think there's definitely, more of a trend, more of like a, how to say, persons, I think, are opening their eyes up to the fact that they need to start being more flexible when it comes to where they work. And so I think it's probably a better time than any to start getting into looking for a remote job and start building some of those skills, so even when it comes to using tools like Slack or Zoom, like I think it's a very good opportunity to start beefing up on those skills. And of course, well, I guess for developers anyway, like if it is you're already accustomed continuing with your professional development and stuff, I think the self-motivation and stuff is probably already there. But, you definitely need to start showing like some independence, being able to manage yourself well and get your work done at the end of the day, no matter where you work, in an office or from home. So. Oh, you're on mute? No?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was very
That's okay.
question. Just so, for example, it is a particular thing that most of the developers, we are very bad at, which is actually probably negotiating, like negotiations. So how do you handle everything related to salary? I don't know. You have mentioned different ways how we can actually have figured out how to get jobs, like fully working remotely or actually working probably as a freelance. But how do you handle negotiation in terms of remotely?
So in my experience, well, I did. So if you meant as well like salary negotiation, I did have a number in mind. I guess looking at sites like Glassdoor, I think, like just seeing salary wise, I think is another one. Like just looking at, I guess, some of the salaries that are available in the States or in the region where you're looking for a job for. And I guess just using that to kind of figure out what my minimum would be and then what I would ask for. So initially when I did apply, so to be frank, I did apply for a front-end developer position and I didn't actually get that job, but they still liked me so much that they gave me a 6-month contract position, which is how I ended up working for them in an independent contractor role. And so with that, I did get to use my minimum, and I think they dropped it a little bit, but it was still higher actually than my minimum. So I was fine with that. I would say, yeah, I'm not really that good when it comes to negotiation, but I think either way, it's still good to have an eyeball, like in terms of like what minimum salary would satisfy you and be able to meet your expenses and so on. So yeah, I'd say do your research, look at the salaries for the position that you're applying for, and use that to kind of gauge how much to ask for.
Cool. Yeah, it's a very difficult stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly. So, and I have a particular question regarding like working remotely. If you can probably say one particular skill that you need to develop in order to be more efficiently working remotely, which one will be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think definitely with being able, like time management. And I think, for me, one of the things I still struggle with is like being able to, I think, prioritize my tasks in a particular way. I try to, one thing I learned this year, I think, was about also knowing about your energy levels. And I suppose the things that kind of give you energy and the things that take away your energy. So now I try to kind of like adjust my priorities throughout the day so that I guess I do the things, like some things that I guess are a little bit exciting, and then try and tackle the harder stuff that may kind of take some of that energy away. But try to do it in a way so that I'm very efficient and get my work done at the end of the day.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. It was very awesome to having you actually. Yeah. And you already mentioned how people can connect with you, like LinkedIn, Twitter, which is the best way actually to follow you.
Yeah. So I'm starting to be a bit more active again on Twitter. So you can connect with me at Rezi Maven, REZZIE MAVEN. And you can get in touch with me on LinkedIn, linkedin.com/in/Sherez, SHEREZZ. And yeah, I look forward to hearing from you and any kind of questions that you might have about this.
Thank you. That was very wonderful having you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Maria, welcome back. You're muted. We can now hear you.
Oh, hi. Nice to see you again, Lou. And Sherez was so awesome. Thank you, Sherez. Sherez was supposed to be part of our panel yesterday. It would have been so amazing to have remote work as part of that discussion.
Yeah, so should we start with your
Yeah,
talk?
so today my talk is on mental health and social innovation, and I've done a recording, so I'm going to share my screen. One second. Okay. So today my presentation is called Why It Won't Work. And it's an exploration of mental health and social innovation and the relationship between the two, particularly when it comes to implementation. I believe that we can change the world with digital, and those who know me may know me as an eternal optimist. I'm very, very hopeful about a lot of things, maybe to a fault, but I do believe that the world of digital, while it comes with many of its flaws, holds within it the answers to a lot of our world's problems should it become more globally accessible. I consider myself a digital activist and idea advocate. I'm the founder of Design Change. I'm a Women Time Makers ambassador for Trinidad and Tobago. I am also a civil society partner representative for the United Nations, as well as director of Mindwatch Project, which is a mental health nonprofit. I thought we could start today's presentation with a video that actually had a big impact on me at the start of this social innovation journey. Not up in 2015. It's published by the Stanford Center for Social Innovation. And I'm gonna play for you now. It has good music. actually going to stop it right there. So that was a very brief introduction into what social innovation is. Now, the definition of social innovation by the Stanford Center for Social Innovation is a process of developing and deploying effective solutions, underline effective, to challenging and often systemic social and environmental issues in support of social progress. And that word progress is definitely a buzzword for us advocates and activists. What are some of these barriers to social innovation implementation here in the Caribbean? And one is cultural beliefs as religious beliefs, how we see each other based on class, based on our race. These things can be barriers. Our traditions when it comes to work, our traditions when it comes to healthcare. I was talking to someone the other day that I don't think that seeking regular healthcare was part of how my family, I don't know how many people go for their annual checkup. I don't know how many people go for their annual flu vaccine, it's traditions like that, what is our traditional approach to problems? Accessibility is also a major issue. Access to all sorts of things, access to education, access to healthcare, access to finances. I was talking to a friend the other day and I was talking about money as a great divider when it comes to the quality of healthcare that one can access here in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm sure it's the same all over the world where there isn't that premium free healthcare. And of course, governmental issues, what type of government is in power, what are their beliefs, what are their practices, and of course, the corruption that may go along with it in a lot of our Caribbean countries where we do have quite a lot of corruption in our governments. So in our problems here in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the Caribbean, include the following. So we have climate resilience. A lot of my climate change activism friends, are very frustrated with the lack of investment going into this area, disaster preparedness, and also highly underfunded, underinvested area that organizations such as PAHO and World Health Organization and our governments are definitely looking at ways to improve that area. Equal access to health services, that's both mental health care and physical health care, literacy and education, poverty reduction, which is related to the last four, so economic diversification, helping people find opportunities, unearthing new opportunities, human rights, that includes gender parity, it includes women's rights, it includes children's rights, environmental sustainability, that is making sure that we're putting things in place to continue our biodiversity, our protection of our resources, natural resources, etc. And then, of course, we have human resources and capital. That term brain drain is a very common term here in the Caribbean. So definitely is a problem, one of our major problems when it comes to social innovation in particular. Some of our Caribbean resources, we have a very talented workforce, we're very creative peoples. When you look at what some of our Caribbean people have been able to achieve internationally, it's definitely a region to look at. Cultural diversity, we have such a wide range of races and classes and peoples, and people who come from different countries, people who come from different backgrounds. It definitely positions us well to have a very diverse approach to problem solving when it comes to what type of solutions and ideas we come up with. Biodiversity is also really rich in the Caribbean, and it's an untapped resource, as many experts will say, so it's definitely something that should be explored. And of course, unexplored human capital, as in persons who have not had access to opportunities or who have not been aware of opportunities. I found that's a big thing, to help take them to the next level, or for them to discover certain things about what they can do. Now, in my experience here in Trinidad and Tobago in the United States, And here in the Caribbean, I've had the fortune to work in a lot of amazing teams, a lot of large projects on the governmental level, on the corporate level, as well as the nonprofit level. And my question is, why there's so many false starts? Why do the many innovations and great ideas that have come here, so many of them don't stick? You know, we find innovators come, we find sometimes people return home, they start a project, and they experience so much pushback that very often they abandon the idea, they go back to the countries that they returned from. You know, so what is it that is causing these ideas to fail? And, you know, I mentioned this in a talk with someone on my walk this morning while preparing for this presentation, that a lot of great ideas came to the Caribbean to die. And they did die. I mean, their impact is still there. We still talk about them. But I really would love to explore why that happens. So in the Caribbean, we have a lot of barriers to social innovation. I mentioned some earlier, cultural beliefs and norms. We have a lack of funding in the innovation sphere. I know that we had an I2I innovation funding program in Trinidad and Tobago. We see a lot of other funding programs coming from the IDB and other banking organizations, such as Caribbean Development Bank and CARICOM. You know, so there are a lot of opportunities, but they're very limited. And the pipeline to them is very selective. So it's not really a lot of opportunity for new ideas. Governmental resistance and corruption, digital and technological delay. What that means is that a lot of digital ideas can't happen because the environment for them to happen or for them to be implemented doesn't exist. The lack of transparency and data to inform ideas, that this was especially a problem with our mental health project, where there isn't a lot of recent mental health data for Trinidad and Tobago. Poverty, which is the ability of the regular citizen to access ideas based on their financial capacity. Even myself, sometimes if my dog, you know, I have two lovely pups, they may not be able to access healthcare if I can't afford $1,000 to go to the vet that month, you know? So it's varying levels of poverty and financial wellness. And unhealthy competitiveness, I really use the word unhealthy intentionally there, because sometimes there's healthy competitiveness, but I do think one of our cultural things that takes place in the Caribbean is an unhealthy competitiveness that is not nurturing, because too many people are happy to stay the way that they are, or they don't necessarily want to give other people credit, or they don't want other people to get somewhere first. So you see someone get somewhere first, and then someone, you know, there isn't the welcome that you might expect. Now, one of the areas that I thought definitely speaks to the causes, the underlying cause, the earth cause of why these barriers exist in the way that they do. And it's very often an overlooked cause is the mental health of our people, and not just the mental health of our selves, but the mental health of our government officials, the mental health of the decision makers, the mental health of the corporate community, the mental health of our individual families and children and everyone, you know? And one of the factors that has come up that I really felt played a major role was intergenerational trauma or transgenerational trauma, which is defined as it references a shared experience among a group of people, such as Black and Brown peoples, women, Indigenous peoples, Asian peoples, any person of a specific race has experienced a certain type of discrimination. You know, men also have intergenerational trauma, you know, it exists in everyone. But here in the Caribbean, it's especially dominant because so many traditions bake in this trauma as accepted and not something that can be treated. What are some of our traumatic experiences in the Caribbean? We are a very violent community. There's a lot of crime, there's a lot of violence, there's a lot of bullying. We have sexual discrimination and assault. There's crime, there's genocide from the Indigenous peoples to African slavery to a lot of other related genocides that happen in other cultures that have come to Trinidad and Tobago. Like we do have a Jewish population that is here in Trinidad and Tobago as well, and they also experience intergenerational trauma from the Holocaust. And then of course colonialization, which is a highly topical type of intergenerational trauma that has affected everything. It affects our school systems, it affects how we do our social services, our public services. All of those things have been designed mirroring a culture that necessarily wasn't intended for our community. One of the interesting things that have happened, that saying that necessity is the mother of invention. COVID-19 pandemic situation has brought many stakeholders and services to the table in a massive humanitarian effort to disrupt structures for both survival and our pandemic realities. I like that term, pandemic realities. People are calling it the new normal. Some pandemic innovations that we've seen already taking place in the Caribbean are education. You're seeing parents and kids now finding ways to do their schooling from home. It's a really big challenge, and all parents should be applauded for that. We have workplaces. Some workplaces I've heard actually gave their employees a stipend or a grant for them to buy furniture and buy things that they need to work from home. Online service delivery, we're seeing a lot of services that were taken online. We had, drive-by pickup services. All that stuff was really amazing to see take place. Banking and financing options have definitely increased. Some banks that were slow to get online are online now. And of course, there's governance and parliament. I actually have a day job at the Office of the Parliament, and I can tell you there's quite a lot of innovation taking place there. And how do they safely deliver these very large parliamentary debates without putting anyone in danger, and also setting a good example for the public. In a global moment of fear, shared needs, and crisis, our desire and urgency to survive allows for the emotional availability of for new ideas. And what this means is that emotional availability for new ideas means that while we have our traumatized states, very often in a state of crisis, like an earthquake or a hurricane, there is that we create space for that event because our survival mode takes over. Because of this new normal, we were able to deliver a directory project that has been in planning for almost 2 years. And I'm hoping to share a little bit about that now. The directory. Our knowledge of the trauma and mental health realities in Trinidad and Tobago led Mindwise Project to focus on mental health education and accessibility as our main action as an organization. Our idea was a mental health services directory that helped others find mental health services based on their needs and location. Now, this story started 2 years ago with some meetings with stakeholders, and it really was slow in the beginning. So we had a very strong idea, we had the capacity to deliver, my directors were on board. We as a team were very much engaged. We had volunteers approaching us to help. There were several barriers that came out of our stakeholder sessions that they were discouraging at first. Some of them were privacy related. The lack of existing frameworks for regularization of service providers within the mental health industry. And that's sort of like, I suppose, a certification sort of board that can validate a service provider. Competitiveness among stakeholders, which seems to be not just within the mental health field, but that nonprofits compete with other nonprofits. And there isn't a lot of collective action. Everyone's in their own silos instead of working together and reducing duplication. There's also a funding challenge that we had with distribution, marketing, and outreach that we hadn't really worked out as yet. And and of course, at that point in time, we weren't ready to take it to the funding stages yet. One of the lessons I thought that was important for us that really worked out was that you cannot fix what you cannot see. Very often, even with COVID-19, we've seen some amazing innovations, both by Janika and Obika, who came up with COVID-19 mapping solutions, and that's connected to the data. However, when you're doing a more integrated social solution, I think that you have to definitely become friends with the system. And what that means is that you do need to start making friends with service providers and agencies and making partnerships and finding ways to make those partnerships grow. We started off with governance partnerships to be connected to the environment, and that is both international and local. Some of our partners include the United Nations, PAHO, WHO, which is the local arm of the World Health Organization, who handles the international framework around disaster mitigation and, of course, the pandemic control. The Ministry of Health, who have been amazing in helping us understand the local landscape of mental health service delivery that is public and that is free. Also, major national mental health stakeholders from non-profits, CBOs, and very, have to mention them, amazing individuals who continue to do great advocacy and outreach that keeps the topic alive. We entered a UX planning stage for the directory project, including stakeholder UX sessions hosted by PAHO, research into existing solutions, like we looked up all the other directories that exist in Trinidad and Tobago, understanding how they worked, how they're updated, how they're published. User profiling for service providers, understanding the different categories of service providers, as well as how often they change their information and what their hours are, etc., testing with all stakeholders connected to the public. That includes the service providers, the public, and then, of course, some of our other partners, making sure that the partners who are managing the directory's information definitely feel comfortable with how it works. So this is a small snapshot of the directory. It's not public yet, but it's to be delivered by November 2020. We're just going through some of the legal side of it now, which is another part. Another barrier to social innovation is legal protection, and I do think that once that part is completed, we will be delivering it in November. Very much looking forward to that. Now, even though we've completed this great project, what challenges can be anticipated? Some of the challenges that we expect for the sustainability and delivery of this project are cultural barriers, the stigma for mental health, the stigma against getting help for mental health situations, mental health crisis is very, very strong in the Caribbean community. And we do expect that even though this service is out there, that, there's still going to be some hesitance in actually getting help. The digital divide for accessibility to service providers. What this means is that this divide goes on both ends. The service providers who are offering services who may not be aware of this project. And then, of course, the users, the public, who cannot access the information on it because they don't have access to a computer or the internet or a smartphone. Funding for the professional maintenance of directory, which is currently volunteer, which we have performed as part of an MHPSS network, which is organized by the Ministry of Health. It definitely is something that we have to consider in the event that MindWise project needed to shut down tomorrow, that this project can continue. And the literacy and resilience of those in crisis, as well as those who may have persons with disabilities, can access the service, as well as be aware of the information in as many ways as possible. Our readiness for these challenges have been addressed in the following ways. Together with our partners with the Ministry of Health and the other partners, we are going to connect the domain and distribute it through, along with other COVID-19 and other types of MHPSS response communications with the public. So that was kind of amazing that through connecting with the national messaging, that we didn't have to worry about whether or not this was going to reach people has been removed. The ownership and inclusion of all the service providers listed in the directory was really important. If you're going to have people sign up, I've actually seen quite a few directory projects come out. I've actually signed up to all of them, whether it be digitally related or women's directories. And I think very often I join these directories to show that I support the idea, hence idea advocates. And, but including people in the design of your idea creates ownership. And that ownership is very powerful so that it reduces the sense of separation from the idea. When you share the idea, I'm not just sharing work that MindWise Project did. This was work that the entire MHPSS network did. And they all feel proud of it, and they all feel connected to it. And that's going to be important in the implementation and use of the asset. They were included in every level of the branding as well. So even the name of the domain was chosen by a vote amongst the members. So, that type of inclusivity goes a long way with the distribution and the communication of your asset once you've developed it. Now, relationship building with organizations who might fund a directory is in process. But now that we have a prototype, not just a prototype, but we actually have a delivered asset that we can now start collecting data on, seeing what kind of resources people are looking up, seeing how often they search particular search terms. It's really, we're in a healthy funding stage, which we're now entering. These new ideas, even ones like this that have so much support and so much connection, can still be slowed down by culture, beliefs, and traditions, which have a powerful effect on human behavior. And while that would be very sad, it is something that we're prepared for, because but in this world, you have to take the chance and build these things. It is my personal belief that until we heal our people's trauma, the hopeful impact of many social innovations will always be slow and will often meet an end where funding and support expire. I have seen so many amazing mental health innovations, ideas, apps, organizations that showed up, and then when they ran out of funding or they lost the individual capacity to continue to do their amazing work volunteer, a lot of these websites, you see a little notice that comes up saying so and so and so website would like to thank everyone for being part of this, but we can no longer sustain, and that happens a lot. And sometimes in the Caribbean, you don't even get a message. You just notice that the service is no longer being updated. And you have these websites that have just stayed the same for several years because people don't have the human capacity to continue. And that trauma also exists within the development community. Our trauma from trying to help the world or trying to create something that we think people are going to use, and then they don't. It creates a trigger shyness with new ideas. And that's the end of the presentation. Hi, so thank you so much for viewing my presentation. And what I really wanted to say at the end, but I said so much in my recording, I'm going to try and summarize it now, is that here in the Caribbean, we have to break some eggs. I'm all up for egg breaking. I do think that we've seen some developers here who have definitely broken some eggs themselves, like diving into our ideas and just seeing what can happen. That type of experimentation is really important. The one message I'm hoping to send with this presentation is that it's important for us to integrate an understanding about mental health and mental health in general for our teams, for the communities that we hope will be using our solutions, as well as for the future of the solution. If mental health were a component in how we make these decisions, it could be very powerful for the future of the Caribbean. So thank you so much for listening to mental health today in this space, and I'm very honored to have given this talk.
It was wonderful actually to having you. It is a topic that we all are suffering, or people around us having some kind of issues with that. So I wanted to ask you, probably more culturally speaking, how do you see the mental health actually having a part of the relationship between work, home, keeping the balance, how we actually keep the sanity out of that?
So wow, that's a really layered question though. I think my answer to that is it's so interconnected how you are treated at work. Your experience at work affects your experience at home. An interview that we did with a mental health professional actually said we spend more time with our coworkers than with our families. And what that means is that each individual has to do the work for their inner world mental health, because we all affect each other. You can have the best approach to a day, and one person that has a bad experience can just throw you off completely. So it's collective work, it's individual work. Now in the time of COVID-19, we have a global stress level. We're globally stressed. We feel global fear. We feel global anxiety. And perfect example is parents. Right now, parents are underneath an immense amount of pressure. They're taking on two roles. I'm very impressed by every parent that I know. Women, everybody's fighting for their space. But amongst all of this fighting, even what we're doing right now, here with DevFest Caribbean, this is an amazing collective of individuals who've come together. After we leave this space, we have to go into our homes and into our lives. And I think it's really important to make space for mental health. I would advise mindfulness meditation. I would advise integrating meditation into your everyday. There are lots of YouTube videos on that. I do recommend Deepak Chopra. I'm a little bit of a Chopra fan. But it has to be conscious inclusion of conserving our mental health, protecting our mental health every day. So that's my answer.
And thank you, Maria, for having you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yeah, we are moving to our next panel. Nick, do we have everybody in the room?
Okay. So I guess I could bring in the next event, but actually maybe it might be better for Agri as he's moderator.
Hey. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we had a good day. And we have our final panel for the DevFest 2020. And yeah, we are here. We are at the end, the last run for the end of the event. Just getting everyone in for this panel where we're going to talk about the state of development, during and post COVID-19. So that will be our topic for this afternoon: the state of development during and post COVID-19. So what I'll do, I'll ask the entire panel to just take 30 seconds and introduce yourself, what you do, and then we get into questions. So I have a limited amount of questions, so I'm looking for questions from the viewing audience and from amongst ourselves on the panel. So we'll start with Mr. Williams first.
Hi, are you guys hearing me fine?
Yes. Yeah, we're hearing good.
I think that is probably the way to start work and development post-COVID. You begin almost every interaction with, can you hear me fine? Is it okay? Do you see me? That is a big deal for us. I am Khalil Systems, chief software engineer there, but I probably write the code. These days, it's mostly helping the other members of my team at various points in the software engineering process. We have quite a few engineers at Telus working on web, cloud solutions, some both non-web, non-cloud solutions as well. So it's a pretty diverse team back at Telus that I work with every day. And we have a lot of fun doing it.
Excellent. We'll go to Akira.
Yes, so I'm Rodrigo Akira. You can call me Akira. I'm the developer ecosystem regional lead for Latin America. So what does this mean? I'm the person responsible for programs like, for our community programs like GDG, Women Tech Makers, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here, and I hope we can aggregate on the conversation. And but I'm not a developer, to be frank.
All right. So we're gonna go to Mr. Mendez.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nicholas Mendez. I'm one of the GDG leads for GDG Port of Spain, based in Trinidad and Tobago. And I am also instructor in the University of West Indies St. Augustine campus.
Excellent. And then we go to Mr. Dean from Jamaica.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joel Dean. I am the lead organizer for GDG Kingston. In my daytime, I work at Automatic, where we help to power WordPress.com, Tumblr, WooCommerce, and a bunch of other products that help to run the web. So yeah, that's basically me.
Good. I will go now. I'll leave Miss Kadeen for last. I am Agri Marsh. I'm from Guyana. I'm the GDG lead here in Georgetown. I am also a software developer working on a few projects across the region. And yep, I will be helping to chair this panel this evening. Ms. Kadeen.
Cool. Hi, everybody. I'm Kadeen Singh. You can just call me Kadeen. I'm a quantitative UX researcher at Google. I work on Google Maps. Quantitative UX researcher is a really long job title. Basically, what this means is that I work at the intersection of programming, statistics, and HCI. So my role is to help teams make better products using these skills. And it sits in the design world, but I'm an engineer, so I'm not a software engineer. But so yeah, it is a very interdisciplinary, super interesting role. I've been at Google for almost 7 years now. So I've moved around different teams, also different roles. And I will also share just a fun fact about me. So right now I am super interested in climate change tech, and Google is doing a ton more in this space. And it's really exciting to see because it's real and we got to do stuff. So yeah, that's me.
Yep. Thank you very much, Kadeen. And Kadeen, I'm coming right back to you with the first question. How have COVID-19 affected like your home life and your home and work life balance? How has that worked for you?
Yeah, good question. And everybody can probably answer this. So let's see. I wrote down some notes about how COVID has impacted just like working in tech. But it's not exactly what you're asking. So how has COVID impacted work-life balance? So I'll say I don't necessarily like working from home full time. I think some companies do it. A lot of companies are shifting to work from home full time now, even like because of COVID, but even after COVID, they'll do that. But still, I think for me and a lot of other people, there's a lot of value in being, in like face-to-face interactions. Google is still a big company, so we'll never a full team will never all be in the same room at the same time. But I really do miss that. And I think after COVID, I will definitely be going back to the office. How has it impacted my work? I think, I don't know. It is hard. Focus on your mental health. I really like what Maria said in the last talk. And she was talking about meditation at the end. And I really love that. I think like another big thing at Google is not only taking care of people as employees or as Googlers, but also taking care of people as people. And that is really big. And that's something that has helped like a lot of us just like deal with all of the stuff happening with COVID. I cannot imagine how parents are doing it. I don't have kids, so I just have to worry about myself. But yeah, it is hard. There is no like cohesive answer that I can tell you, but I am trying. Google is helping for sure. Take care of yourself and make the best of it. I will say, actually, the last thing I will say is that there's a silver lining in everything. You make what you can of something, right? So for me, for COVID, it means that I am not doing any more work travel. I can't do any work travel. And this is the first time in a while that I've not been like on the road for work, which is super nice, actually. So in terms of that aspect of work-life balance, I get to stay home and I love it. So I've had a lot more time just to read. And yeah, just read, spend time at home, focus on my community, do things in the community. There's an election coming up. I'm in San Francisco. So there's a lot going on, and you can use the time that you have now if you have extra time or extra bandwidth to like focus on something else outside of yourself. And that also helps just like you know, making you forget about COVID and focus your energy somewhere else. So that has helped me. I will stop now.
Okay. So we're going in reverse order. So we come up to Nicholas.
To be honest, I was pretty bad with work-life balance to begin with. A lot of my course prep I was doing at home. So the outset of COVID just meant I couldn't see students in class, which is a little, it takes away some part of that interactivity. Work-life balance, yeah, I would say it's still challenging. It's even more challenging because I'm always home now. But I do recently they do let staff on campus, so I could still go to my office and try to get some separation there, at least physically. But it still is a challenge.
Okay, excellent, Joel.
Yeah, so for me, it's been interesting because I have been remote for 5 years, so I have been working from home, and
I like this part.
No,
teach us, tell us the secret.
but no, it's a totally different experience because remote work and remote work during a pandemic is like two separate things. So remote work last year for me, this time I was in Trinidad, and then I left Trinidad and I was in San Francisco, and I was at a WeWork office the entire month, like co-working and just touring the city. So that was remote work for me, but now I'm stuck in my house every single day. So overall, the impact that it has had, like it's really crazy because, for example, it's like you're in buckets. There are people who are having a really difficult time, and then I'm in a bucket where I still have a job and I still have opportunities to work, and there's just this pressure where I'm like, wow, I'm not having a difficult time. How can I help? And also, how can I ensure that I secure my ability to keep performing and to just take care of myself during this time? And just the health implications where every single time you go out, there's this virus out there, and I'm not sure if I caught it or not. I'm I'm at the gym and I'm wiping down every machine every single day. So that's something that wears you out, where every single time you go out and you come back in, it's like a whole activity. So what I personally done to cope, which I thank Maria for mentioning, is meditation. So I utilize the Headspace app daily to do meditation. I also use my Apple Watch and I do breathing exercises once I feel stressed. I have a little notepad app that I write down like 3 things I'm grateful for at the end of each day. Like I just try to remind myself of the good things that are still happening during this time, and basically to just try to have some work-life balance. So my work-life balance is this door that you see behind me. This is my office. So once I close this door, I'm not looking at work. It's so bad that I remove Slack from my home screen once it's the weekend, because I don't want to check, because it's like I have nothing else to do. So all I want to do is check Slack and see what's happening at work. So it's a pretty interesting time because it has really changed everything. But the main advice I have for everyone in terms of like just having a balance is create a system to manage it. Create a system to manage everything. Utilize the apps, utilize timers. I have a work timer that I run each day where once I reach a certain amount of time, that's it. I have something monitoring my productivity rescue time that manages my productivity to ensure that I am not getting too distracted, that I'm focusing on the right things. So just develop a system, because that's the only way to really survive mixing work and home in a single confined space.
Excellent. Yeah. Irvin.
Oh, am I next?
Yes.
I got a little emotional, to be honest, thinking about the question, and as Joel was going through his answers, because you're right, there are people in different buckets and they're going through maybe very, very tough times, and some of us aren't quite like that. And for me, I think one of the biggest things in Trinidad and Tobago, schools have been closed and they remain closed. I almost said I think they remain closed because I just don't know. The kids are with me all the time. And even though there is now a notion of remote schooling, rarely you know as a parent that you are the teacher. So you are working from home, teaching from home, general childcare from home, and you're also taking care of your home more than maybe you would have done in the past, to be honest. And all that really it has enforced a new kind of compartmentalization. So Joel just mentioned that he has a timer. I don't need a timer. I have the 2 kids. They're perfect. Yo, it's time to go and play now. It's time to go outside. What I have found is I got some really good advice, and it was during this time, focus on your home. It's as if though you're working from home, don't focus on the work. Don't focus on trying to expand too much of the work. Focus on home and allow the work to find its place inside of that context. And that has been really, really good. I've been able to see my kids grow. And because I work in tech, there is a lot of flexibility. You have to get the work done. So I might I have found myself doing less hours during the day, but grab the time at night to finish it. And it's not to go overboard. I don't want my coworkers seeing mail from me at midnight and 1 in the morning. That has happened, and I'm sorry, guys. But
confession too.
The way we and it's not just me alone. My company has done some really community-oriented things that I love, and I love to share. So, for example, in my presentation, I had a video of me doing a workout, and I didn't do that for the presentation. It was because my company, we've had 2 of these company-wide events where you record yourself doing cool stuff. It might be doing a home repair or working out or even performing, and we put that all into a presentation and share it with each other. And so one of the things we did was record ourselves working out, record ourselves boxing together, but at home. So it's really allowed us to try to remember we're whole human beings, while the environment around us is changing, and we have to learn new things and get new skills, as is always the case. So it's been a tough time, but a time of learning and growth, I think.
Excellent. Kira?
So one of the things that I'm really concerned about in my career is to have work-life balance, because in the end, we work to live, we don't live to work. And this is one of the things that I really appreciate at Google, that the company is really concerned about your work-life balance. And one of the things that I learned in my career is that it's your responsibility to focus on the work-life balance. Don't expect your company to do that for you. You have to do that. You have to put limits. You have to put barriers on everything. And it's up to you. So I used to travel a lot before the pandemic, but even though I was able to find time to do the things that were important for me, it can be spending time with my family or going to the gym or things like this. And now with the pandemic, we face some new challenges, but in the end, I realized that it was going to be easier for me to have a work-life balance because I'm not traveling anymore. I'm 100% of my time here in home. And one of the things that I realized first, I used to work a lot from home, but there's something that is completely different, working from home than working from home with kids. So there's a huge difference with that. I had to learn about that. And one of the things that I had to do, and my manager supports me with that. And I told my manager, hey, I'm gonna take a longer lunch time during the day. I'm gonna have like 2 hours lunch break or something like this, so that way I can spend some time with my daughter. And when she goes to sleep at night, I can catch up on things.
Yes.
So I think that this flexibility is very important nowadays. For example, the gyms are open right now here in Brazil, in São Paulo, Brazil, where I'm based. But I'm trying to go on times that they are not so full of people. We have less people in there, so I don't feel guilty on going during the day because it's that we have less people in there. But I can make a compensation at night, for example, or sometimes I wake up early in the morning to do things like this. So I think that we have to take advantage of this moment that we live to try to accommodate all the things that are important for us.
I will add my 2 cents. I like Joel and Mr. Williams. I just set some limits, and I find myself leaving my laptop in a completely different part of the house, like downstairs. So when I go upstairs to get to the laptop, it's going to be go. Even if I get a message, I cannot do anything because the laptop is so far away. It's downstairs, you know. So that's how I deal with it. So second.
Sorry, I got a question about that.
Yes.
How do you separate that? Because for me, the rest of my life is on my laptop.
What I do.
You have two laptops?
No. I when I put the laptop downstairs, the most I can do is respond on WhatsApp on my phone. Like I can't. I'm more or less the Facebook app is off of my phone. So when I'm not by my laptop, I don't have Facebook. I don't have work. I don't have social media. Probably the only thing there is WhatsApp. Good old WhatsApp. So that's what I do.
Okay, for me, so because I use my work laptop, as my personal laptop because I can't be bothered to have to. I do a simple restart. So normally I would have Android Studio open, VS Code, Slack, tons of stuff. Once I do a restart and I select the option not to reopen Windows, then I have a fresh computer that I've started up, and that's like me shutting off work and probably opening up YouTube or Netflix or something else. So that's one of the levels I take things to like get a fresh start, like to disconnect at the end of the day.
Right. and if you have a smart TV, then you could probably get your YouTube on your television or whatever the case is.
Or a dumb TV and a Chromecast, and they're good to go.
Yeah, that will also work. That will also work. So yeah, so let's move into the second questions. Second question: what are some of the lessons that you have learned and stayed with you? And I guess is where Kadeen notes can come in now, and stayed with you through this COVID-19 process. I'll start with you, Kadeen.
I really don't want to go first again. It's so nice like hearing everybody talk, because then you're like, yeah, that makes sense. I want to say more about this topic. Yes, go, please.
Okay, so one of the things I've learned, the importance of reconnecting. I used to have lines all the time with my friends before COVID, and then some of them actually flew out to different countries, and the lines ended there. But now COVID came on, and you're seeing the upsurge in connecting online, and Discord really helps with that, because it's not much setup as a Zoom call or anything else scheduling. You just go on Discord and we just have lines and we talk about topics and whatever we're doing. So I'm actually connecting more with people, despite where,
Have you done that Netflix party thing yet? Have you done Netflix party yet?
I have done it, but not all my friends have Netflix.
Right.
We're talking about the legal setup, right? So
yeah, legal.
Everybody would need Netflix for that. And I think in my little playing with it, it wasn't the best, I guess, because everybody needs a good connection. So.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone have probably a very good connection that we like Joel. Joel has a 100 meg connection. That he can do stuff like that. So, Kadeen, Joel.
Yeah, I can go. One of the main things that I've learned during this period is that it's okay to slow down. It's like we live in this fast-paced world where everyone is just trying to move fast. There's like New York City, being in these places and just every city is trying to move faster, be more efficient, get more things done. But here we have a pandemic that disrupted every single industry, every company, every life that exists on planet Earth. And we had to stop. We had to slow down. So that's something I learned, that it's okay to slow down. And not only that, it's also good to not obsess over plans or goals, because when 2020 started out, I was at a New Year's Eve party, and I was like, this is going to be my most amazing year yet. I was like, I'm going to travel the world. I'm going to accomplish this and that and that and this and that. And then in like 3 months, I remember my last trip was in Chicago. And as when I was returning in March, I was worried about catching the virus. And I was like, okay, I really need to enjoy this airport experience, because I probably won't see another airport for like 2 years. And that's something I never thought I would be experiencing. I never thought airports would be closed, basically, or there would be so many restrictions on traveling. So just planning, but not holding yourself, not taking yourself too seriously. Because I think as professionals, that's something that we do a lot of, where it's something I battle with, where I always feel like I should be doing more, or I should be more efficient. It's always good to do more and more, but it's also good to take a step back and take it easy on yourself sometime, and just realize that we live in a dynamic world, and there are so many things that are outside of our control. And that's basically what life is. If it was super predictable, then what would life be if you would know what's happening tomorrow? So this whole experience has just been teaching me to just like take things so much slower. Yeah.
All right. I will say a big +1 to everything that you guys are saying. Finally, I have thoughts and I can say them. So here's my contribution. I will echo what everybody is saying about like being grateful for tech. So one like big thing that I think like I've realized and I've been saying to people is like you all are saying, like I'm super grateful for the job that I have. That I can do it from home, that I can easily just like all I need is my laptop, and you could really just be anywhere working. And that's like such a blessing and so great. And yeah, one of the benefits of working in tech. The other thing I will say that has been a really big learning for me that is different from what you guys are saying is ergonomics. So I didn't think about it at home before. So I have been getting a lot of pain in my hand, mostly because I didn't have a mouse at home. And my desk at home is really tiny. So now I have to like figure that out, because at work, like everything is set up for you. We have ergonomics teams, like there are videos. I mean, obviously, like even at home, you can figure out how to do it. I see that. So yeah, I think working from home like has forced everybody to kind of like, we're going to be doing this for a while. Take care of your body too, because like all of this will impact your body, and that's like long term. So yeah, that is my contribution. Look online for ergonomics things. Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to comment on Khadij's comment about ergonomics, which is like really important. I've had serious wrist pain over the years because I work out like 7 days per week plus code. So I'm always using my wrist to lift things. So I have like different pads that I use to support my wrist. I have a massage gun that I use to massage my hand in the days after workouts. And just doing those things have like lessened the pain, and it doesn't really come up a lot. So it's something. I have a standing desk as well, ergonomic chair. If I don't use these things, I start feeling so many aches. So it's the best investment that you can make, especially if you're gonna have to be at your desk for like hours.
So I'm very interested in the stand-up desk and the pad.
yeah.
Because I would feel pain in my wrist, but I'm like, okay, let me just stretch it out back to
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to like take this like thinking about your body train a little bit more. At work, we're doing Walktober right now, and I realized how much less I am walking and moving because like you're just in the house. So Walktober is great because I'm like, oh my God, I'm not moving. So now like I try to make time like every morning to like go out before work. And just like do a walk in like my like little neighborhood, also in the evening. Some people, some friends of mine have also said that has helped them kind of have like a commute, because people actually like, some people like their commute, like it helps you like wake up and, you know, like get ready. It's like your time like to think outside of the house. So that has worked really nicely for me too. So yeah, think about your body more.
I think that's a good place for me. Two big learnings. One is fitness. A key part of fitness has been social. And even when our government decided you needed to wear a mask to go exercise, you had to wear the mask because you didn't want to go back to staying at home and running up and only one hill. So the just physical fitness and physical health, I guess because we start our industries and we add value fairly young. So we start off really young. We're adding value in a significant way. So we feel like we're doing a lot of stuff. You can kind of think you're invincible. But as you kind of get a little older, and my boss really hastens to tell me, you're not young anymore. Things like doing regular checkups, things like actually buying the medication, and after you buy the medication, using the medication the doctor has recommended. It feels obvious, but for people in our field, I suspect many are like me in that you're really glad that you're good at something and you are good at the things you do, and that sometimes could distract from the other things that you need to take care of in your life to be a healthy whole person. The other thing that I think is really amazing to me is that we're in 2020, and in Trinidad, there are things that has happened over the last 6 months that no one could have said would happen. The sort of sea change around work from home and being productive and accessing public services online and getting businesses to be active and activated. It's very much a Caribbean thing. It's not. I'm not trying to say everyone in the world has this problem. We know we've been trying to convince people to open your data and allow for purchases online, and no one is paying attention. One global pandemic later, and all the things we were asking for, it's almost as if you weren't preparing to answer the questions, they caught flat-footed. And so those of us who were looking for opportunities and finding no one paying attention,
right?
The thing is, they're paying attention. What do you have to offer? And I think that's a really big deal coming out of
Yeah. Echo that point. Akira?
Yeah, one of the things that I started missing during the pandemic was, having those one-on-one conversations that I used to have with other peers or colleagues in the office. And I started just, okay, I'm going to schedule a meet with him using Google Meet, and we're going to talk. But it's too formal. And you also have your email, you have a lot of distractions while we're doing this. So one of the things that I started doing is, I'm using an amazing feature that you have on your cell phone called Make a Phone Call. So I'm calling. Yes, I realized we still have this feature working on our cell phones. So I started calling people instead of setting up meetings like, with an agenda. No, I just call them. Hey, can you talk right now? Yeah, sure, why not? But by speaking on a phone, it means that you're going to be like almost 100% focused on that conversation. The same way you were like when you were having a coffee in the office. And so this is one of the things that I learned here. Another thing is that when I save some time on my agenda to call people to talk about anything else. It can be just chit chat or talk about something specific. I try to spend this time walking on the street, on my neighborhood, just to just get some extra steps, because I used to walk a lot in the office. I could see based on my Fitbit, I used to walk a lot, and now I'm not walking that much. So I'm using this time to give a walk around the block, just doing things like this. And just talking to people instead of using Google Meet and etc. It's weird because we were supposed to have a better conversation by using a webcam and a microphone, but you have a lot of distractions at the same time. So calling people, you mean that they'll be 100% focused. So this was, I think, that the biggest lesson that I got about productivity.
Okay, excellent. So we have a lot of key takeaways. I like Irvin's one of the kids being an important control mechanism, self-imposed mechanisms, schedule, using apps, peer counseling. That's also good. All right. We learned a lot so far in COVID. So what lasting change you think will happen? So we getting in, we dealt with home and work, we looking now industry-wide. I think Mr. Williams mentioned it earlier. What lasting change you think will happen at work and in the region based on COVID-19? Like we know some, but some that are more latent I'm looking for.
I think the most long-lasting change is that industries and entities will take digital transformation more seriously. Because I can speak especially for Jamaica, there are a lot of processes that you need to do at government agencies and banks where you have to go stand in a line to get this process done. For example, I use a bank NCB where I need to reset my token and I need to go into the bank to reset a digital thing, So I think COVID-19 has really shocked a lot of industries because now you're being forced to go move digital. Look at even in our country, supermarkets have had to start delivering food. A lot of restaurants never wanted to deliver food. So we had small startups, delivery startups in Kingston that weren't doing as well. But COVID came around and their sales started going through the roof because people have to get food delivered because they can't go to these restaurants. So I think the longest lasting change especially from a tech standpoint, is that businesses will know that they need to have a proper digital presence that they can rely on. Because at the end of the day, the longevity of the business should not be impacted by a virus. There should be a lot of contingencies in place that can ensure survival of an entity and just of critical processes that we need to carry out daily life.
I think I want to jump in there to say education.
Okay.
And the education sector can't go back to what it was. In a lot of ways, it was already being shaken up. The universities were on the brink. A lot of cost-cutting measures are coming into place, and there was a kind of a cloud of something has to change with education. And then the pandemic struck. Schools who never wanted to contemplate digital resources before had to contemplate it. Being able to transact with your student without them physically being present would have been felt like a thing for older students, for university students. That's not the case anymore. A sort of a shyness around how we thought about introducing younger ones to the digital experience existed. We were like, nah, they will wait for that tablet. You cannot be, for most schools in Trinidad, you can't teach without a tablet or some device in your children's hand. And that's not necessarily a good thing. So the change I'm describing is not just that kids will have more tablets. It's that the education industry and the way we think about it has changed and will change more to regularize what has found itself being the norms today. And I think that's a really, really big deal, in addition to all the other sectors who are going through transformations as a result of COVID's catalyst.
Good. Kira.
Yeah, so I was thinking here about those changes, and I think that what we're going to see in the future after this pandemic is something hybrid, because we went from in-person to 100% online. We have to shift very quick for that. And and I think that we are able to realize now that being working on the extremes like online or on the physical, this is not good. I think that hybrid is going to be the future for us, because for example, like ordering food, as Joel said, if I just want to eat something, yes, I can definitely order, because in the end I'm going to spend less. It's going to be cheaper, because the drinks in a restaurant are much more expensive than if you just got that in a supermarket and bring something from home and order a pizza, for example. But if I want to have an experience, I want to go to a restaurant to have a pizza. I want to feel the smell of the pizza and everything else. So I think that companies are going to have to rethink the way they do, because if they want to do something in person, they have to give an extra experience. They have to offer something interesting to motivate people to keep going there. And also they have to be prepared to work online, to deliver things, or do something remotely. So this is how I see the future, even for events like DevFest. Maybe in the future we're going to host physically this event in one city in the Caribbean, and we can live stream the event for other parts of Latin America. So, but in the end, we're going to have speakers, centralized. We're going to have networking, and if you really want to meet new people in person, yes, I will fly to Guyana, for example, just to attend DevFest. But if I'm just interested right now in this moment, or I don't have time or the money to travel, but at least I will be able to access this content. So I think that we're gonna be more inclusive by going hybrid. So that's how I see the future.
Kadeen, Nicholas.
I'll go. Yeah. Okay. I really like what everybody is saying here. I wrote down like a couple of things that I wanted to touch on that I heard you guys say also. So it was kind of around like digital transformation. And for me, that kind of means like democratizing things, democratizing information, because more things, more events are online. And that's actually really beautiful. That's like one of the learnings or one of the like silver linings that we can learn and take forward into the future. So when I say information access, I mean things like the things that I've just noticed lately have been like Grace Hopper is now completely online. That means there are a lot more events online. So like big industry, like tech, like conferences that students go to learn, just learn new things, to network. Like it's so, like I've been to all of these conferences in person and they're so amazing. And I'm like, imagine if everyone could have access to this content. And now they do. Like obviously, right? And that's super exciting. I also do a lot of just like other student events. I really love student events. So I did one at Columbia, which is my alma mater, and that was super exciting. But it's really nice because all of that content is now online and they let us like package it and take it other places. So I'm like, how can I do this for like my high school, the high school that I went to in Trinidad, or the college students that like I know like in this through this community. So it is exciting that things are now online and democratized, which means they can reach more people who might not have gotten it before. And that is like really exciting. The other side of that, I will say, is, so I did start off at the beginning talking about how I really miss the office. I want to like make a point that like I do agree that the future is flexible and doesn't have to be all remote, or it has to be some like somebody said earlier, like a mix. And I consider it flexible. Like that is one of the big things at Google, like being able to work from home when you want to, when you need to, like if you just feel like it. That is really important. And like bringing everything to the digital like world makes that easier. And that is really important for like people. And it's people working for you, not employees. So if you care about your people and you let them work from home if they need to, like that just makes like your company better. And so that's like another thing for like everything being more digital and more online. And the last thing I will say that other people are also touching on is this idea of, well, I'll just frame it my own way, which is we are staring at screens a lot. We are in front of tech a lot. We just talked about everything is online, which is exciting. And I really believe it. Like this is all like really good news. The thing though is that, again, we're staring at screens all the time. Everything is virtual. For me, this also means not that that is bad, but that we have to like evolve also. how do we talked about like, how do you take care of your body? How do you take care of your body? How do you take care of your mind? How do you like engage with the real world? And when I think about climate change and climate change tech, like that's like a big part. At Google, we talk about the joy of missing out. So there's this whole movement now about, right, you kind of want to reduce your screen time. Tech is there to make your life better. It's there to give you the information, access the information. It's there so you can work from home remotely if you have to take care of your kids or if you don't feel well. But at the same time, like the point isn't that tech is in front of you all the time in your face. The point is that tech is there to help you when you need it. But then you also need to like go out and connect with the real world. So I'm really excited. There's a whole movement around like JOMO. So not FOMO, but JOMO, the joy of missing out, of like just reconnecting with the real world and real people. And even if that means you're not going to the office, maybe it means you're like actually like going outside to like talk to the doubles vendor. I miss doubles so much. or talk to like I have a sandwich store across the street from me. Talk to those guys and like still like prioritize like real life too.
Nicholas.
I think the other speakers pretty much covered it. I think attitudes towards digital transformation. But what I would like to comment is just to make sure you're doing it properly. Because when I see digital transformation, you usually have to revise the way you're doing things now that you're doing it with technology. Some people in the eagerness might just reproduce the old model with technology. So I've seen cases in the office where somebody wants to gather information from everybody. And the way to do it, here's a Word document. Right up. Not Word Online. Word Online is a collaborative tool, or Google Docs would work because it's real time.
Yes.
But here's this Word document and send it back to everybody else. Right? Not to make it physical if it's a real paper document, because it's one. But tools like Forms, Google Forms, or any kind of form platform, I think that's primarily one of the things I see people are slow to adopt. And even in the teaching space, I'm seeing many creative ways teachers get around. But one thing you can do is something like pre-recording explanations, because you don't have that blackboard in front of you in a live class, but you can record the explanation, and you do have that blackboard or whiteboard, and then play it in the class. Or it'll take some extra work, so you have to do a little content creation ahead of time. So that's just my advice on things I've seen with digital transformation, is to really think about how you change your original way to do things, as opposed to trying to fit the old model just with a computer.
Yeah.
Hi. No. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yep. Yeah. So the question essentially is, what are some of the lasting changes you'll see happening because of COVID to our sector?
I think you guys already mentioned like most of the things that are happening right now. Like William even already mentioned, like for example, I have an 8 years old kid in my house, so I'm been teaching him, like making sure that we are balancing things around the house with him, myself. It's been crazy. Like it's been a situation that has been changing the way we work, the way we are interacting with people, the way we are making sure that we are sanitary, keeping everybody safe around the house, like providing those psychological safety environment. But I would say, like generally speaking, it's been difficult. We are all in the same situation. We just need to understand how we're going to be, trying to help each other around this. But I don't know. There's not a simple answer for anything.
Yes.
But it's just to be mindful that we need to learn from everything that's happening. Yeah, that's it.
All right. So now we're going to look at some questions that are more future facing. So given that this massive, let me give you some context, this massive demand for developers for new products and systems, given that we all agree that digital transformation is going to happen and the demand for that is going to increase, how would you what advice would you give to someone who is a year one university student who may look at this video in the future and want to know how to position themselves for this now, which is going to be one of the number one employers globally, what advice would you give to that year one computer science student, or to that person in high school who are about to make a decision on the future?
I have some advice that I would give. So the main advice I would give is to get practical. When I was in my second year of my computer science degree, I was basically just like focused on knocking out my courses, trying to get A's, just trying to stay focused to keep my GPA, keep my GPA up, until I realized that the world cares about GPAs to a point. Probably if you're trying to get into a master's program, or it's just like something personal that you want to do. But at the end of the day, when people are hiring engineers, they're not like comparing GPAs. I've done several interviews where they didn't even ask about my degree program. They just gave me lead code and different exercises that I needed to complete. So the main advice I would give is to get practical and solve problems that are on the ground. We build a lot of to-do apps and restaurant apps, just simple apps to like simulate problems. But solving problems on the ground are really important because you can connect yourself to something social and make a meaningful impact. In my second year, I built a platform called the pothole positioning system. And everyone who's from the Caribbean, especially in Jamaica, we have a serious pothole problem. Like, the roads are terrible. Even in our country right now, there's this big debate because we just spent hundreds of millions of dollars fixing the roads, and the rain started and all the roads are gone back to square one. So I built a simple app where you rest your phone on the dashboard, and once there is a jerk, it detects that jerk and it asks you, did you fall in a pothole? And if you said yes, then it would save that pothole and share it with others. That simple app changed my life. I entered a competition, we won, and I was able to pay my school fee. My friends were able to pay their school fee. I started traveling, and then I realized that tech is such a transformative thing because you're able to put code online and others are able to become interested. So that's when I started my GitHub account. And that's something else for early people who are early in the journey towards becoming a software engineer, especially in college, is to put code online. I wrote a small Google Maps library back in the day, probably about 2012. And when I wrote this library, I thought I was the most inexperienced engineer at the time because I was just putting little code snippets together. So someone commented on the library and was giving me a heads up, like telling me what to correct. So I was like, okay, thanks for the advice. When I clicked on the guy's profile, he was a VP of finance at Google that used to work in the Google Maps division. And my mind was blown because I was like, wait, here I am in Jamaica at a no-name school, and there are people from Google on my repository like commenting and giving me tips. So once I realized how open the web was, I started putting more and more code online, and that's what led me to like several of my jobs that I've gotten. I've gotten 4 US jobs, all working from Jamaica, just because of GitHub, where I'm putting my code online and they're like, okay, this person knows how to code, he knows how to deliver, so we'll give him an opportunity. So get practical and build an online presence that can speak for the quality of work that you're able to deliver in the space, and that will basically change your entire life.
Good. Nicholas?
Okay. Yeah, I would echo a lot of the sentiments that Joel just mentioned. Firstly, I think engaging the community is important. So join your local GDG chapter.
Yes.
If there isn't one, start one yourself.
Yes.
Okay. These kind of events, engaging these kind of events, and trying to put yourself forward and speak at these events. Right. So Kieran is someone I really push for him to join. I think he gave his first talk today, and I really would advise the people coming out to university really grasp these opportunities, find mentorship, and really try to understand and figure out what good technical leadership looks like, right? I think Erin is a really good example of that. And because I think we have a problem, which may be a conversation for another day, especially in Trinidad, where that is a little questionable. Okay, and I think that's it.
All right, great. Kadeen.
Yeah. It's a nice question. Like, what would we tell university students? What would we tell a first year computer science university student? So I would say, like, for sure, like everybody else is saying, like, this is the future. This is a big part of the future. And you are part of that. So that's really exciting. But this also means that you get to, like, be the future and shape what tech looks like for the future, and also what tech looks like for the world. I think like the tech companies right now, like, we're in Silicon Valley. Yeah, we're all over the world. We're in big cities. And we are focusing on diversity. We do care about making sure that our products are super diverse, super inclusive for users anywhere. At the same time, anywhere that you are part of that diversity. And I'm speaking specifically because, like, of the call that we are on right now. You are the future. Like, we need to make sure that tech is inclusive, that if you're building anywhere, even if it's not for one of these big companies, you have like world-class skills, so you can build something like really meaningful, really useful wherever you are for your world, for your community. And maybe that scales, maybe it doesn't matter, like, you're building something useful. And this is where I'll also bring it back to what I talked about earlier. As computer scientists, as software engineers, think about people too. Like, the point of building products is to build products to real people. So think design thinking. If you can, take a class in school about that. Take a class about design thinking, or take a class about human-computer interaction. Right? Like, university is like the best time in life. Like, you get to like just learn. Like, that you don't have. I mean, maybe you're working on the side, but like really, it's time for you to like learn and like just absorb as much as you can. The other thing I will say is that there are a lot of roles in tech. So I was not a first year. I was never a first year computer science person. So my degree is in mechanical engineering and statistics. So I want to say to anybody out there, tech can also be for you. It's not just for software engineers. There are a lot of roles in tech. It's not just software. We hire salespeople. We hire a lot of different types of engineers. You can work as a mechanical engineer at Google, right? We do a lot of hardware. We build buildings. We build data centers. There's a ton going on, like, in tech, if you're interested, if you believe in the mission. And so that's the other thing I'll say. I'm saying a lot. Hopefully it's interesting. The other thing I want to say, kind of on this thread of you can do whatever you want, like, you don't have to be a software engineer to work in tech, is do something you care about. Like, everything that I do, I try to make sure it's intentional, right? So I graduated with mechanical engineering and statistics. How did I end up at Google? And I'm super lucky, super grateful. Like, I figured out how to do that. But I will say, like, figure out what is the thing that you are most excited about. Use the time in university to like do practical things, figure out what exactly you like, what industries you like, what problems you like solving. Because the more you work on things that you really care about, the less work-life balance is always important, but the less that becomes an issue. Because like climate change is like something for me. So I read about it like all the time. Like, I have a stack of books right now, and that is part of work, but it's also like fun for me. Because it's learning. So that's where it gets to that point of where like, you're contributing something to life, to society, and it's no longer work. So anyway, last point here is that do something that you really care about. And you'll figure it out. Like, you'll make it happen. I figured out how to get to Google, like, doing my thing. Make stuff happen. You're young. You have the time. You have the energy. Like, you can do big things.
Excellent. Mr. Williams?
I found myself kind of thinking, so far all the feedback has been really good. And I think to that question, you can spend a long time with getting really good answers. You just need to know such a question exists. Like, in other words, if you're coming from secondary school in our region into university, you may have a mindset of, I was told what subjects to do.
Yeah.
I expect to be told what I need to get done. And that's in the form of a course list. That's not it at all. the best thing is to know there's a question to be answered that you will not answer. But in trying to answer it, you will get some meaningful insights. The kind of question is, what should I be doing? That question is not set in stone. It's not the courses even on the course list. It's not the extracurricular activity. It's something else. And if you tell yourself you have an answer, you kind of lost already. You have to kind of orient it to, though I don't have the answer, continuing to pursue it will give me sight into who I am becoming and who I need to be. I kind of want to talk about my T-shirt as well. It says Tired Palo Alto, Wired Palo Seco. Palo Seco is to the south of Trinidad and Tobago. It's a small community. And
are you from that community?
Say it again?
Are you from that community?
My family is from South Trinidad, various places. I'm not from Palo Seco, but our family is South. But Palo Seco, it's if you are in Palo Seco and you have an interest in writing code, you know, you need to jump online and ask, where do I go next? You can do it. From PT Valley, you can do it. If you're from Arima, you can. These are relatively small towns in the world of towns. But sometimes you might think, where do I go with this desire I have to be an engineer or to be a programmer or to be something? And the fact is, though we have a view, everyone on this call, all the panelists have a view of the world informed by a journey. And if we could just, all of us, think back to the start of that journey, you might find confusion and a lack of empathy and people who are annoyed with you and a sense of just frustration. And so I kind of want to talk to that person. You might not have enough money, you might not have the permission, you might not have friends who in your area, but I'm here to tell you there is hope, there is light at the end of your tunnel, but you have to keep asking the question. And in asking, you'll find yourself hopefully at a better place.
Right. Akira?
Sorry, I was on mute. So one advice that I'd like to give, for students in general is that you are getting into the technology industry in a moment that everything is different. For example, when I joined the IT industry in 2000 something, it was a situation. And one of the things that I've noticed is that people are becoming much more individualist than ever, especially right now going online. So don't forget the human relations. It's very important to relate with people, to talk with other people. And we can say that, two brains, they work much better together than just one. So don't forget that. I see this trend of people working on their silos, just working by themselves. And it's necessary in this moment, but it's not healthy for the future. So this one thing that you should never forget. For example, when I started working or studying, when I was in my first year in the university, we used to sit together to work on a project or something like this. And we didn't have WhatsApp, internet. Well, we had internet, but we didn't have WhatsApp, things like this. It's much harder. And right now, just by having an easy way to communicate, people are forgetting, the personal relationships. So don't forget about that. I think that's one of the most important things for you.
Okay, great. Noi?
Yeah, we'll resume probably few or people. I think you guys already lay it out very well, but I will say getting practical knowledge, as you all mentioned it, like trying to build some kind of alliance network for those individuals, people that can actually help you, keep motivated and learning new stuff. And and probably just nowadays it's becoming more essential to enhance your communication skills, like being able to openly communicate the things that you wanted to be doing, how you're doing the work, and everything else. But mostly I would say those three things are the most things that I can probably recommend for people who are starting out.
Great. I support the points shared. So I'm gonna ask a more direct, future-looking question. What two things would you like to see Caribbean governments put in place to help developers and technologists in the region? All right, and those who so for example, Kira, feel free to what do you like to see for governments? I already see persons smiling because they have something on their mind. So I will start with Nicholas on this because I like Nicholas' style and how he perceive government involvement in this environment. Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm not anti-government in any way, right? Everything I'm just passionate in tech, and I just want to see the best, and that's why I'm so happy to have Nash and Kern, right? Because they let us know of the excellence that is there, so it makes me very optimistic of what we're gonna see in the coming months and years. Two things I would like: more people like Nash and Kern. Right, and I want to know about more developers in government and what they're doing to change, the history we have of
Nicholas,
being.
Just a second, is Nash and Current in government?
If I'm not mistaken, I think they no. Well, okay, sorry, they work. I believe they work. Yeah, it's better. It's
Let me answer that question. Just to speak to that specific question, remember Nash and they won one of the competitions to build a solution for government.
Oh,
and they've been
IGovPT thing.
Working with IGovPT, yeah.
And I believe they mentioned in the presentation today that they work for the National ICT. Okay, so let's just say they have some kind of affiliation, and I'm happy that those relationships exist. Right. So yeah, two things I want to see. That's just more of that. More of that. I would really like to see more engagement with the developer community, and we will try on our end. We'll try to make that connection and see what we could do, how we can volunteer some of our initiatives to work to meet some of their goals. Because I think there's a lot of room for collaboration and a lot of things that we can help to improve our nations across the Caribbean.
Good. I will go to Noi.
Too political. Yeah, but we'll try to get something. Yeah. For example, we are in a very specific situation, probably related to education. I don't know. Many of our governments doesn't have actually on a solution. How would they actually will be providing content and I don't know training or opportunities for the teachers and also for the students. I don't know. You all mentioned in Jamaica they are giving classes through TV programs and I don't know radio stations. We may have different way how we can help the government, but it's just probably being more open about we need help and actually using the people that are working on those industries and providing resources. So actually, I think we all can volunteer and just be helping the government without actually getting any incentive out of it. But yeah, it's like trying to partner with the private sector, with individuals that are doing the work and just trying to figure out how we can help the community. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was saying in terms of government, I've had my fair share of trying to build things for the government over the years, and none of them have worked out. And it's for like normal government reasons. There's a lot of bureaucracy. There are quarterly budgets. There are budgetary constraints and such forth. So I think like for most governments, what would need to happen is that there would need to be better developer sandboxes, basically environments for external developers.
Hold on a second, Joel, because someone looking at this, you're saying to a government person, there need to be better developer sandboxes. Like break that down just a tad level more, so let them know that you don't want to put actual sand in the building. Please.
So basically, just more focus on open APIs and even providing engineers with data sets that are similar to data sets that they have. Because I think as I've grown as a software engineer, I have realized that some of the concerns I've had aren't really truly like founded, because the government doesn't want to just open up the data of millions of people. There are a lot of concerns with doing that, a lot of privacy concerns per se. So it's to create some form of initiative or framework that allows external entities to develop solutions, because one of the biggest issues that the government has is they don't have all the infrastructure and the teams to solve every single problem. Of course, every government has an IT division or department, but there are several other engineers out there at universities in different counties, etc., or communities that could build out existing problems quite quickly, and those could be implemented across the nation to solve some of our toughest problems. So basically creating a better environment for that. I must applaud the Bank of Jamaica here. They have created a sandbox for like cryptocurrency and other financial based apps that people can build financial apps in a sandbox environment. And there are a lot of open API initiatives, but they still aren't at the scale where people are confident enough to really put their energies behind it. Because it's one thing to put your energy behind building something and then not see it launch months later or years later.
Right.
You know? So yeah.
All right, Mr. Williams.
I've built a few dozens of chatbots. None of them have launched. And I want to put that there to kind of underscore that we are builders, right? People on the call are builders.
It's just your whole tone for the entire panel, and then your tone now.
Yeah. Because I don't want to talk about government. I don't want to talk about what public sector stakeholders could do. I think it's a long conversation that is fraught with things. Wow. I think for the factors, we don't need permission to build. All the chatbots I've built, I've had fun building them. It's been joy to share it with the 5 people who respond and say, oh, this is cool. And then I move on to the next thing. I have a day job that doesn't demand that I build chatbots, so it's fine. But the point is, we're builders, so build. Let's continue to build. I would like to see more building. I'd like to hear more stories of developers building. You don't have to be living in the Caribbean, but if you're from the Caribbean, you have Caribbean parentage or Latin American, and you want to see a story, I want to follow those kind of people on Twitter now. I follow quite a few people who are professionals in the larger companies on Microsoft and Google and Amazon, that kind of stuff. I want to follow Caribbean developers who are writing about their work, making videos on Twitch, doing that kind of cool stuff. So my thing, one, is just to have more developers do cool stuff without waiting for permission. And my thing would be, this meeting feels like an example of a thing that should happen more. There should be more engagement between people from Latin America and the Caribbean who are around the world or on the planet.
Right.
Or you might be in Japan, or you might be in Las Vegas, or Brazil. I don't want, because there's a person in Trinidad or Cuba. Let's find ways to do more of this.
Right.
We help us grow.
But I didn't get the 2 advice to government.
So the first one is build even though nobody's asking for it. Sometimes
is this an advice to government?
I don't have any advice to government.
All right, I just wanted to make sure.
It's not that I don't like government. I don't hate government. I like people in government. Our friends working there. But it's not relevant to the conversation we're having to developers. For me, I would like to tell developers, build. Learn how to build more and more. You might find that you need to learn how to care about people, like Kadeen said, then learn to care about people while you build. Or you need to be practical, like Joel said, but that's not, we need to be careful we are not theorists. Because there are those guys who are theorists in our industry. They're ideas people. and their trackers. And okay, great. I'm talking to the engineers and the builders. Let's build. That's one thing. If you are an engineer, you build.
Right.
Two, then let's find ways to reach out to people all around the world who may want to talk to us because they know where we're from, which is fine.
Okay, thank you. Akira.
Yeah, well, I see two things that government should invest or do. The first thing is education. So I know it's basic, and you won't see results on the short term, but we have very good examples of countries that we're seeing not as a technology country, but much more like a country that had a cheap workforce. So take South Korea, India, China. Those were countries that they were not developing technologies. They were just replicating the technology. Right now, these countries that invested a lot on educations, they are leading the technology. So that's one of the things that the government should really do. The second thing is invest on the startup ecosystem. Why? Because to attract technology companies, you must have developers. That's it. But you have also to retain those talents, in the region. Otherwise, you're just going to export those talents to other countries. Right now, here in Brazil, even though we have a lot of investments in the startups and etc., but we are seeing a movement where a lot of people are moving to the U.S., Canada, Germany, Australia. We're losing our best talents because we have a lot of IT professionals in the world. So we should really, really invest on not only to generate new talents, but also to retain those talents. Take India, for example. India is investing massively in startups, basically because they were losing their software engineers to other countries.
Yes.
So I think these are two important things, for the government to invest.
Wow. I just permit me now. That is shocking to me. I don't know why, because there's a perception in my head that I would not have expected to hear from Brazil that there is a massive brain drain of developers out of Brazil. But it is underscored with my experience last October at the Google campus in Sao Paulo, where they in the startup the incubator program, there were developers there who say, hey, in the Caribbean, if you know anyone who's good with Flutter and that kind of thing, hook us up. We may have some jobs for them in the future. So for me, that was, and Brazil is a pretty big country, So Kadeen.
Yes. I have so many thoughts. I have been writing them down. Ignore my scribbles.
Yes,
but this is just, I agree. Like Sean is commenting, excellent discussion. I agree. Like this is a really exciting conversation. I love like the story arc of all the things that we've covered. And I'm going to expand it even more because like people were saying, government is hard. It's a difficult topic to talk about. Politics is hard. It's a difficult topic to talk about. So I'm going to kind of flip this question and talk about what I want to talk about. But I will make sure that it is relevant to tech. So I promise I will have a point that is tech related. So the thing that I want to say, the thing that I thought about when we started talking about this topic is that government or politics is really about issues, right? It's about things that involve like how the country is run, like what services there are for people. We're talking a lot about education. So it's a lot about issues. And we were talking a little bit before this about young people in university. So I want to say like to young people, like us included, but also like all the young people maybe who are watching this, get involved in your community. Like this is really important. Like by definition, we are the future. We're the young people. We're going to take over one day. So I'd say like get involved in your community. And this is where it comes back a little bit to technology. So one of the really beautiful things about technology is the ability to connect with people that you wouldn't have met with before. But maybe you share, right, like some common thing. Maybe you both care about climate change, or maybe you care about like making sure that there are no more plastic bottles or plastic bags. Maybe you care about, I can't think of anything not climate change related, but you know, there is something that you care about. Find the people who care about that same thing, connect with them, share ideas. And the other thing that's really important about tech is learn. Use tech to learn. Like the mission of Google is like organize the world's information and make it universally useful, accessible, and useful and accessible, something like that. I know it offhand. I'm just tired now. So the internet is amazing. Look for good sources, look for valid sources, learn about the stuff you care about. Think about how it impacts like your world. Think about how it impacts Trinidad. Like that's like something new that you add to the world, because like whoever's publishing papers isn't thinking specifically about Trinidad. And that's why we need people like you, like people like us, people like young people to think about like, what are the things that impact our lives? What can we do about it? What can we start doing about it? And the big thing that I want to say here, or one of the things that I want to say here, is that you don't need everybody in a country. Like to create a movement, you need 30% of people in a space. That is like something that we've seen in research. So it's a widely quoted statistic. So 30% of people in a place can create a community, can create a movement. So you can start now, start small. Yes, it will take time. Yes, it will take time to learn about things. But start doing that. So organize, create a movement, connect, learn, share. These are all things that technology can help you do. And then somebody, or at the end there, we were talking about people leaving, so the diaspora. And I want to take just a second to talk really quickly about that, because I am part of the diaspora. I am part of that. And I think like everything Akira was saying makes so much sense. And I will also say that I love home. I love the Trinidad. I love the Caribbean. And the diaspora really, like most people will say the same thing. We all like want to do something to help. And some of us, like right now, I have the time and the space in my mind to like connect with you guys and try to do something. So I think like as much as possible, we should be working together now. And we should be like lifting each other up. Like what can I share that would be helpful? What can I learn from you that, you know, like helps me build more diverse and more inclusive products here? But then also like, what can I learn and share with you to kind of help build up like home more? That is it.
One of the good things is that I learned about a very good headphones today. I saw the quality on Kadine's video. I was like, okay, very good. What headset is this? You know, this is probably something that I could probably get and use in my videos, because I'm skeptical on buying one. So it starts at that basic level, but also starts at persons mentoring persons in the diaspora. I like to get very practical, like take a few developers, the 2 or 3 young men that Nicholas mentioned, the 2 young men from Guyana, D North and Carl, and mentor them in some form, whether it be in a particular code base, whether it be in a particular line of development, educate them about the industry. One of the things that I heard mentioned today is like pay, like what you should negotiate for. What are some of your benefits that you should look for as a developer in negotiating a contract? Those things that a mentor can easily help you with. I want us to wrap up, but I wanted to get from the members of the panel any questions or any questions or statements you'd like to share with us before we wind down. So I'll open it to anyone.
Yeah, I think two of our guests really need to go right now. So I'll take the chance to really thank you all for joining us, and see you on the
Okay,
next
great.
one.
All right, bye-bye.
And
Bye,
thank you
Kira,
all. This
and
was a
bye,
really great
Joel.
conference. So super excited to be here. Good job.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Anybody needs to go now, or we can do the last? Anyone else needs to go now, or we can finish up here, wrap up. Did you wrap up?
Okay, great.
Okay.
Right. So
Sorry,
I
what was
just
your question, Agri?
wanted across the board for persons to give their final statements or question that we'll have for the fellow panelists on open. Turn it back around.
Oh.
Feel free.
Feel question panels. I just want to thank everyone
Right.
for coming. I guess
Right,
we'll
right.
have a
So no
a wrap
questions
up
from Kadeen, no.
No, I'll just say thank you to you guys.
Right.
Like this is 3 days of programming that you spent lots of time and effort to like curate, to put together. And everything was pretty smooth. Like I'm pretty impressed, like as a presenter, like just being able to come in and things worked pretty well. Really well. So really, really great job. Super excited that you guys are starting this movement, like creating more community for the tech space. And that can like only lead to good things. So really excited to be here and great job.
Yeah, this kind of stuff, I know it's a lot of work, Nicholas and Agri and Noah. I know it's a lot of work, so kudos. Take a well-deserved break. On to the next one, whenever that is. Cheers. Hello to the Caribbean developer community. Hello again. Let's continue.
Yeah, I would say it was awesome. Yeah, and my last probably last thing that I would like to say, like, stay curious. It's been very difficult times, and people need to figure out ways to keep engaged. But yeah, so it was very good weekend having you all guys like sharing our problems, difficulties, and challenges that we're facing in the region. But yeah, it was very awesome.
Okay. Right. So that being said, I guess we'll just do the wrap up. It's 4:31 in Guyana. Time now in Santo Domingo. Same. And I assume the same time in Trinidad, and Kadeen is about 3 hours behind.
I'm gonna eat lunch now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I just want to do my highlights. So from day one, I really liked as good as Irvin is here. I really liked his talk. I really like what the first speaker spoke about, the use of the COVID-19 app for the region and tracking what's going on across the board. So it is good. And then the second day was very good for me technically, because I had some questions about Android and about some other stuff that happened in the afternoon that I think I have like a ton of notes to go and rehash. So it was good for me. And then today, the testing and the importance of testing, and then design thinking and how we include that in product development, because I'm very engineering. So once I'm given a task to build X amount, these are the specs, I just focus on that. But it's important for empathy and that kind of thing to be a central part in what we do, and for it to be people focus. So that is something that I personally will take away and try to include in my thinking and how I do things. So yeah, that was my DevFest 2020 takeaway.
Okay, so I think at this point we will now close off the panel.
Yeah.
And then we will. So thanks again to our speakers.
Yes.
And we will keep in touch. Remember on our website, which should pop up on top of the stream now, would be the place where you go to connect with all the speakers of the event, the bonus track videos, which we will talk about in a little bit, right before we close, and the talks that we have here.
Right.
Okay, so thanks to our speakers. Okay, so now I guess we come to the closing of the event. I'd like to offer a vote of thanks for all of the organizers involved. It's a multi-regional approach. We have from GDGs from across the region. We have, and you know, even though he came on in the later scenes, he proved really, really important and really helping us pull this event off. Right. What I want to do is talk about that bonus track because I didn't introduce those speakers. So just give me a minute to share my screen. Let's see here.
These are the speakers from Brazil and Mexico.
Yeah, we have from India. We have Portugal. So let me just get that on screen now. Right, so as I mentioned before, it's a bit. As I mentioned before, we have a bonus track that will be releasing today. So just look out for the update just after this event. And we have additional talks. And we have Rishit Dagli from India, who's going to give an interesting talk on the superpower of Android apps with ML on Android 11. We have Anil Ramnanan, who is from Trinidad and Tobago. And he's actually going to talk about how do you do development on a Chromebook. And finally, we have Felipe Luan. He's from Colombia, and he's going to talk about building resilient, scalable, and asynchronous microservices with Cloud Run and PubSec. So thanks again, everyone. And Agri, any last words?
Just like and share. Like and share. Even if you look at this video a week, 2 months in advance, feel free to email us, message us on Facebook, YouTube, follow us on Twitter, follow us on Facebook. If you want to connect with any one of the speakers, and the information is readily available, contact one of the GDGs and we'll get you their contacts. And let's keep building. Thank you.
Thanks again for joining us for our event. That brings an end to DevFest Caribbean 2020. And look out on the other GDGs look out at your GDG chapter for the next event. Never know what's coming around the event. So thanks again for joining us, and see you soon. Bye. Peter.